Good morning. I would like to call the April 23, 2026 board meeting to order. The time is 9:03. I will start the meeting this morning with the Pledge of Allegiance. You'll please stand. I'm going to start the meeting with the board's mission statement and philosophy. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. The board fulfills this mission through the regulation of the practice of nursing and the approval of nursing education programs. This mission, derived from the Nursing Practice Act, supersedes the interest of any individual, the nursing profession, or any special interest group. Our philosophy: acting in accordance with the highest standards of ethics, accountability, efficiency, effectiveness, and openness, the Texas Board of Nursing approaches its mission with a deep sense of purpose and responsibility and affirms that the regulation of nursing is a public and private trust. The board assumes a proactive leadership role in regulating nursing practice and nursing education. The board serves as a catalyst for developing partnerships and promoting collaboration and addressing regulatory issues. The public and nursing community alike can be assured of a balanced and responsible approach to regulation. I'd like to welcome all of our board members, board staff, and audience this morning to this board meeting. This meeting is being held pursuant to Texas Government Code Section, Government Code Section 551.127. Please remember to mute and or turn off any cell phones. Today's meeting is being held in person at the Barbara Jordan Building located at 1601 Congress Avenue, number 2.035, Austin, Texas, and is open for anyone of the public to attend and observe. We will begin with the board member roll call, and I wanted to tell board members the acoustics and IT in the room, we need you to be close to the microphone anytime you're talking. If you're any further away than almost your hand being at the microphone, it doesn't pick up and it breaks in and out. So we'll just have to make sure that you're talking up, which is a little more than we usually have to do. So Dr. Benton, could you take roll for us? Thank you.
Elizabeth Adamson, representing RN Practice.
Ellie Adamson, present.
Kathy Boswell, representing AD in Education. Ms. Boswell is absent. Manny Cavazos, representing Consumers. Mr. Cavazos is absent. Daryl Chambers, representing Consumers.
Daryl Chambers, present.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, representing RN Practice.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, present.
Maisie Jamison, representing Consumers.
Present.
Ken Johnson, representing LVN.
This is Ken Johnson, present.
Mary Grace Landrum, representing Consumers.
Mary Grace Landrum, present.
Nancy Lewis, representing LVN Practice.
Present.
Kathy Leader Horn, representing LVN Practice. Ms. Leader Horn is absent. Allison Porter Edwards, representing BSN Education.
Allison Porter Edwards, present.
Drew Riddle, representing APRN Practice.
Drew Riddle, present.
Melissa Scott, representing LVN Practice.
Melissa Scott, present.
Kathy Ship, representing APRN Practice.
Kathy Ship, present.
And Rick Williams, representing Consumers.
Rick Williams, present.
Madam President, we have a quorum.
Thank you. At this time, we'll proceed with an introduction of board members and staff. Dr. Edwards.
Good morning. My name is Allison Edwards. I represent Baccalaureate Education. I'm at UT Health Houston, Cizik School of Nursing, and I reside in Mary Grace Landrum. I represent the public or consumers, and I live in Houston.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Ken Johnson, and I represent LVN Education, and I'm faculty at Howard College, St. Angelo.
Good morning, I'm Daryl Chambers, and I represent consumers, and I'm from Grand Prairie, Texas.
Good morning, I'm Ellie Adamson. I represent Acute RN Practice. I'm the Assistant Chief Nursing Officer at HCA Rio Grande Regional Hospital. I'm also part-time faculty at the University of Texas, Rio Grande Valley, and reside in Mission, Texas.
Good morning. I'm Carol Hawkins Garcia. I'm from San Antonio, Texas. I represent RN Practice. I'm currently employed as a nurse consultant for American Consultants and also adjunct faculty at Austin Community College.
Morning, I am Melissa Scott and I reside in Granbury and I work at Cook Children's Hospital in Fort Worth.
Good morning. I'm Rick Williams. I live in Killeen, Texas, and I represent consumers.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Drew Riddle. I'm in Fort Worth, Texas. I represent APRN Practice, and I practice at Hospital in Fort Worth and teach at TCU, Go Frogs, and I'm a nurse anesthetist.
Nancy.
LVM Practice. LVM Practice.
For it's Maisie Jameson. I live in Dallas. I represent consumers.
Hello, and I'm Kathy Shipp. I reside in Canyon, Texas. I represent APRN Practice, and I work for South Plains Public Health District, seeing in family planning clinics, and I'm here today. That's enough. Okay, so welcome everyone, and now let's go with staff.
Good morning, Kristen Benton, Executive Director.
Good morning, Nicole Buckingham, Director of Licensing and Customer Service for the board.
Good morning, I'm Kathy Smith. I'm the Director of Nursing.
Good morning, Paul Bradley, Lead Consultant for Nursing Practice.
Good morning, Beverly Skloss, Nursing Consultant for Education.
Good morning, Giselle Gonzalez, Director of Operations.
Hi, Danielle Green, Assistant Director of Enforcement.
Good morning, my name is Anthony Diggs, Director of Enforcement.
Good morning, John Vanderford, Deputy General Counsel and Acting General Counsel.
Thank you. Thank you very much. We have a great staff, and just only a few are here today, and we appreciate them so much. So let's get started reviewing the agenda. Are there any changes, corrections, amendments to the full agenda?
Madam President, there is a change to the agenda under agenda item 8.1, agreed orders. And that is to remove the agreed order for Warwick, Cheryl Lynn, LVN number 112031.
Thank you. Are there any others? Seeing no others, can I get a motion to approve the agenda with the removal of the agreed order of Warwick, Cheryl Lynn, LVN 112031?
I so move.
Thank you.
I second.
All right, Mary Grace.
Okay.
Ellie. Adamson, seconds.
Okay, everybody, we have to get you almost have to have the microphone in your mouth, which is different for us, like grabbing it. But anyway, thank you for that. So we have a motion and a second, and having a motion and a second to approve the agenda. If no objections from board members, the agenda is approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Okay, board members, let's review the minutes from the January 22, 2026 board meeting. Are there any additions or corrections? Okay, hearing none. Could I get a motion to approve the minutes?
This is Drew Riddle. A motion to approve.
Rick Williams, I say.
Thank you, board members. So having a motion and a second to approve the minutes, if no objection from board members, the minutes are approved. This vote is being taken according to Board Policy 2.7, Simplified Parliamentary Policy Rule 4. Let's move on to the consent agenda. Board members, are there any items on the consent agenda only that anyone would like to have pulled off consent agenda? This is for consent agenda only. Hearing none. Continuing with consent agenda, board members, are there any recusals for consent agenda? This is consent agenda only. And hearing none. Are there any items on consent agenda only that anyone, okay, we've already recused. Can I get a motion to approve the consent agenda?
This is Maisie.
This is Mary Grace Landrum, I second.
Okay, we have Maisie Jamison for the motion, and the second is Mary Grace. Thank you. So having a motion and a second, we'll now take a vote.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, 4.
And unanimous and carried. Thank you, members. Okay, at this time, one of the things for the audience to understand is before this meeting, and we have an agenda with information that's 10 pages. We've read a lot of information on consent that is not discussed at this meeting, that the board members are aware of. And one of the things that happens is sometimes there's issues with schools that have happened. And so I want to read off some schools. I don't know if any of them are here, but they want to have an initial approval, and they want to have a full approval. And so I want to mention schools that are going from initial approval to full approval. That's a lot of work and a lot of paperwork for us, and we love to do it, and we love to work with the program. So 3.2.7A is CTK Healthcare and Career Institute, Irving, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program. 3.2.7B is Divine School for Healthcare Professionals, Brownsville, Texas Vocational Nursing Education Program. 3.2.7C is Hallmark University San Antonio Vocational Nursing Education Program. 3.2.7D, St. Edward's University, Austin, Texas, Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. And 3.2.7E, Texas Health School, Houston, Texas, Associate Degree Nursing Education Program. Are there any schools here represented that are on this list? And they may be virtual with us, but we appreciate the work and we're excited to see them move to full approval. So members, staff, audience will now begin with agenda item 1.1, Executive Director Report. And our Dr. Benton has been busy. She's got a lot to tell us.
Staff have been very busy. So bear with me. This report's probably a little longer than usual, but I want to draw some things to everyone's attention. From the national perspective, I just want to give a heads up that the National Council of State Boards of Nursing will be hosting its annual APRN Roundtable on the 29th, so that's next week. It is free of charge for members and staff. There's a nominal charge for public. And I want to just draw your attention to two of our very own, Paul Bradley, who's here today, our lead practice consultant, and Lisa Bailey, who is a nurse investigator, are featured in presenting a panel during the roundtable on APRN run med spas, history, new legislation, and disciplinary trends. And they have put a lot of hard work into preparing, and right on the heels of the end of the legislative session that implemented Jennifer's Law. So I just want to, say thank you for taking the time out of all the other things they have to do every day to, share what we're learning in Texas toward patient safety. So, yay. Let's see. I also want to draw attention to a publication of NCSBN. I'll talk about a couple today, but one of them is In Focus. And the current issue of In Focus features Dr. Drew Riddle and commemorates his visit to the Oval Office to witness the president's signing of the executive order related to increasing medical marijuana research. So this was by invitation only. Drew has done a lot of work in his role with the American Association of Nurse Anesthetists toward this end to be able to, do research so that we can be better informed as healthcare evolves. So congratulations and thank you, Drew, for your work. As you know, NCSBN over the past several years has hosted an education resource for all board members, board staff, and anyone who is interested in the topics called the International Center for Regulatory Scholarship. And this kind of worked in what I would consider mini-masters, where they would release a series of courses in various topics that really are all related to nurse regulation. So it was a very special resource. And there's a certificate program within the ICRS is what we call it. And that is really a big commitment where someone who signs up to complete the certificate has to complete several of those courses. And it really is a great way to build professional development in kind of the niche area of nurse regulation. I mean, I don't think many students who enter nursing school really go into, education to think, gosh, I'm going to be a nurse regulator when I grow up. So this is a really wonderful resource that NCSBN recruits experts from all over the country to teach these courses, as well as some of their own staff who are experts. And we have many staff have taken courses to build their tool set, but we do have 2 staff who just completed the certificate program, and they're here with us today, and that is Christine Riley, and there's Christine, and Dr. Kathy Smith, so congratulations. They were honored and recognized at a leadership institute held a couple of weeks ago in New Orleans, and they took place in an intense workshop to kind of put some of their skills to the test and work on regulatory issues and scenarios. So really appreciate their commitment and the time. I mean, it's time outside of work that you have to utilize to get this done. So it very, very worthy. Now, the ICRS program is kind of entering a new phase. I believe they're reframing, and their new name is going to be called Meridian, and that's kind of all I know at this point. But they'll, NCSBN will be communicating, and that change, I think, is in response to member feedback and NCSBN is always looking ahead, looking for ways to build better resources to serve their customers. So we look forward to that. I believe the courses will run through the winter of 26 terms. So if anyone is interested in enrolling, there are still classes being offered. Okay, the other publication I want to highlight today, and I'm going to pass around the program from the ICRS ceremony, and you can see our superstars. They're flagged in there. The other publication I wanted to mention is the Journal of Nursing Regulation. This is NCSBN's official peer-reviewed publication. And one of the special issues, I think they call it a supplement that they issue every year, is called the environmental scan. And that is a really wonderful resource for regulators. It really looks at the entire country and looks at some of the bigger, more significant issues facing nursing practice, education, and regulation. And that is always open and free. So you can just go to their website and take a look at that anytime you want. You don't have to be a board member. You don't have to be a staff member. It's available to everyone. I brought a paper copy to circulate, and there we go. And then one other thing that the journal recently did was they put together a special supplement that is all focused on substance use disorder in nursing. And so they collected, I guess, some of the historic and significant seminal pieces on SUDS. And that is also posted and free to anyone to utilize, I believe, through the end of this year. And then last but not least, the current edition of the regular issue of the Journal of Nursing Regulation has an article in it that's authored by Texans and someone you know very well, Brittany Majeski, who is the director of the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses. And it was chosen as the editor's choice article, which seems like high cotton. And it's called Compassionate Intervention for Hospital Nurses with Suspected Substance Use, a case study. And it really presents, a practical model of a new and probably evolving best practice for supporting nurses while, of course, balancing the primary need to protect patients when there is suspected drug use in the practice setting. So that is not free. That is available to subscribers, but anyone, any board members, all staff, you can access that when you log into your NCSBN Passport account. But I'll pass that around as well.
So I sent my 2 copies this direction so you guys can see that, which is real exciting for us. And I use the environmental scan all the time.
And I also want to just mention the other 2 Texas authors who co-authored that article are Brandon Kit Bredmus, he's from Midland, and Dr. Karen Foley. And I believe she's associated with Baylor. I'm not that positive, but definitely Texas. Okay, moving on. Just a note, you saw it in the consent agenda. There's an annual report from the Health Professions Council. The council meets periodically. They last met on March 18th. Giselle Gonzalez attended on behalf of the board, and they will meet again in June. And let's see, there's also a Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council. That's a mouthful. They met on April 9th, and I'll be giving you a verbal update later in the meeting. When I was drafting this report, we were awaiting instructions for strategic planning. They came out a little bit later than usual this year. They just were released on Friday. So we'll be busy, staff will be busy drafting that. I believe the due date is early June. And we will definitely share drafts with our board liaisons to take a look over and seek your input and before we submit. And then we'll provide a final copy at the July meeting. Let's see. Senate Bill 912, again, that's the continuing education requirement bill. Staff continue to work really hard to plan for implementation of this bill. The implementation date is September 1st. And after consideration of several options, board staff have decided to work with ORBS, which is our current licensure database. Sorry, I feel like I'm breathing heavy because I'm really close to the mic. Anyway, so ORBS is the branch of the National Council of State Boards of Nursing, and it is our licensure database. It is free of charge, which that's incredible that we have a free licensure database. That is a multi-million-dollar savings for an agency of our size. And they coincidentally had just released a module within ORBS that allows uploading of CE documents. So we are working with them to try to cater it a little bit more toward what we think will work best for our licensees. So hats off to Nicole. She's been generating lots of mock-ups of what we would like. I think, come September 1st, we won't have all the bells and whistles that we want, but we will have a functional platform where nurses can upload what they need. Later down the line in implementation, we'll be working with Avi and his team and ORBS to develop a portal for employers, or not employers, but CE providers, if they want to upload CE certs on behalf of their customers, their learners. So we are putting lots of words out in our bulletin, on social media, just to remind nurses it's coming and advise that nothing about the CE you have to complete has changed. There's no new requirement of a new topic or a new course or a targeted CE. All that is the same. The only thing that is changing on September 1st is the requirement that before you renew, you need to upload proof of what you've completed in that renewal cycle. So we want to try to keep the messaging as clear and simple as we can. So let's see. The bulletin is out and posted on the website. Big shout out to Mary Jane and Paul and all the authors and editors to making it happen. And all nurses who are signed up with eNotify not only get push notifications of licensure renewal coming up, but they also get notification when the bulletin gets released. Okay, the practice team held its virtual jurisprudence workshop on March 18th, and they will also be offering an in-person workshop here in Austin on June 17th. Any board members, if you're interested, you're more than welcome to attend any of these. Just let us know and we'll get you registered. Okay, moving on to Operation Nightingale. It continues to create significant work for the agency. I have some updated stats for you, thanks to Danny Green, who keeps those updated. As of April 14th, staff have closed out 230 cases. That is huge. That is a lot of work. And you can see bulleted out are the different forms of actions that led to case closure. So you can see that there are all kinds of creative strategies being implemented to, make sure that these individuals are not able to practice without legitimate education and licensure. Most recently, the Attorney General's office, who has been working with the board, their administrative law division, and specifically has reached out, and they are interested in expanding the number of cases that they can take on for us. So 2 additional divisions will begin helping with Nightingale cases, which is great news. And then our very own John Vanderford and Dusty Johnston and some of our other lawyers on our legal team here at the board are hosting a lawyers forum through NCSBN for all of the lawyers across the country who are grappling with Operation Nightingale to kind of share what we've learned, what best practices they've employed. So it's a lot of work, but I think it's important for them to have a space to confidentially share, their tactics and strategies. It's May 20th. And I also want to point out that our education and practice consultants, through Dr. Smith's leadership, conducted a statistical analysis of the jurisprudence exam at the end of 2025. And they've made some improvements based on that analysis, but overall the conclusion is that the jurisprudence exam continues to operate as expected for an open resource. Remember, it's an open book exam. It's an exam that is experiential. It allows the nurse to become familiar with our website so that they know when they begin practice in Texas, where to go to find answers to questions they may encounter. So the exam is operating soundly and demonstrating that the learners are able to access and master the knowledge they need. So thank you, Kathy and team, for that work. And then you have a report of our Google Analytics and our jurisprudence exam statistics, and the appendices are the attachments. And I want to point out that there's a new attachment C that summarizes some of the reach that the board has been able to accomplish to stakeholders through social media. Beverly Swanson, who's here today, there's Beverly, has really taken our social media possibilities to a whole new level. You can see that the reach has expanded, gosh, I think it's by 672%. She has a real skill and talent for developing posts in a way that really attract readers, and we're very grateful for her work. She's also taken on the role of sending out leadership staff daily news media clips that we need to be aware of for environmental awareness, and that has been incredible. Thank you, Beverly, for all your work. Okay, and then last but not least, we have some new staff, and I want to recognize Steve Zimmerman and Veronica Franco, who have been really, really busy making sure that we are as well staffed as we possibly can. This is a lot of work, from putting up the requisitions in our CAPS online system to sifting through, gosh, hundreds of applications for a single posting, and reaching out, helping with interviews, helping do reference checks. It's a lot of work, but it pays off very well. So I want to introduce some new staff. First, we have Doris Cervantes, who is a license and permit specialist, and she started on April 10th. And Jory has an MBA and a bachelor's degree in criminology from Texas A&M in Kingsville. And she more recently worked as a program specialist with Parque Zaragoza in Austin. And she's also worked as a high school teacher and a softball coach. So welcome, Jory. Kimberly Deming, who is over here. She started on April 1st as a nurse education consultant, and she earned a bachelor's degree from Texas Tech and a master's degree in nursing education from UT Tyler. She's worked as an RN at Georgetown Surgery Center and has also recently taught at Texas A&M University in the College of Nursing. Catherine Martinez, who started in customer service and on April 1st, but more recently assumed the role of a licensing and permit specialist. Well, she'll start that on May 1st. She comes to us with experience in office management and in a tech startup company and multi-line insurance operations and general contracting and home buildings. And Felicia McLaurin she couldn't be with us today, but she started on April 1st as a customer service representative. So welcome, Felicia. And I can just say Io. Io Alana Picatu, I can't say it. Io. Io has been our contract information security officer for quite some time, helping us implement a lot of the policy work that we need to get done for cybersecurity. And he recently started work as a permanent part-time employee, and we're delighted to have Io with us. And then we have Shannon Vega as a nurse investigator. She started on April 10th, and she has a bachelor's degree from Baptist School of Health Professions. And she's previously worked as a charge nurse for Turnkey Health in Oklahoma City, a critical care flight nurse for Med Health Partners in Arizona, and a shift supervisor at Mission Trail Hospital in San Antonio. Welcome, Shannon. And then we also have some promotions of existing staff. So first we have Alicia Cobb. She was promoted to program specialist in March. She's been with the board since 2022 in customer service and is known for her consistent professionalism and institutional knowledge, and has lots of experience in customer service and other types of administrative work. And then we have Maggie Guinness, Janice, who moved from customer service to admin and enforcement effective April 1st. Maggie's been with the board since 2024, and before that, she worked with Private Label Lead and was an authoring manager at MBX Wellness and other administrative positions. So congrats, Maggie. And then we have Teresa Rangel, who moved from customer service to licensing and permit specialist effective April 1st. She's been with the board since 2024 and has experience prior to that working with TDI, Texas Department of Insurance. So I think that's everyone. I don't want to leave anybody out. Okay. So you can see HR is very, very busy. Okay, I think that's all I have. I'm happy to answer any questions. Thank you for bearing with me.
Thank you. That is so thorough, and these are the things that we need to know. And I was behind. I had an opportunity to see Kathy Thomas yesterday, and she said to tell everyone hello, and she misses everyone, and we miss her. And so I said, well, we have 140 something employees. She goes, no, 150. And I was like, oh my goodness, I hadn't seen that number. I didn't keep up. And I don't know, there he is. You know that number, correct? After that keeps you up at night with all of that. So this is amazing to see this. And I'm so excited that our budget allowed us to do this, to improve, to be able to meet the need. And you can see that we have millions of contacts all the time, and our web services. So thank you. Okay, so let's move to 3.1.1, promoting continuing competency report. Christine?
Good morning, Madam President and board members. I'm presenting our promoting competency report. You do have to get pretty close. So I've been in the role of the director of our educational offerings division since, I believe, August or September of last year. And normally this report is on the consent agenda. Every April it's presented orally. So I'll just give a few highlights. Some of this is what you kind of just a recap and update of what you see in these reports every meeting. We continue to offer 8 courses online. 7 of those courses offer CNE. One of them, the Nursing Jurisprudence and Ethics exam prep course, is not for CNE. And we also have the workshop that we put on. And that next one, like Dr. Benton said, is going to be in June. That's in person. Let's see, we had our annual planning meeting in February, and that helps us assess the needs of our stakeholders, of learners, and brainstorm any courses that we might need. Even if it's not a CNE course, maybe we can create some other resource, FAQ, position statement. So it kind of helps us come together and brainstorm together. So we held that this meeting, and I'll share some of our top topics that come in to the practice team and the education team. We answer a lot of phone calls and emails about these items. And so over the last year, our main issues were complaints and reporting, scope of practice for RN, LVN, and APRN licensure and applications, APRN protocols and prescriptive authority agreements. We get a lot of questions about other regulatory agencies, so we'll often direct the caller to another agency. Telehealth, aesthetics, IV hydration, nursing peer review, safe harbor, and employment issues. So those are our top topics. Our education team also gets a lot of calls. And let's see, we have a couple new courses that are in development, an RN scope of practice course. We've been working on that, and it's under review now with ESS. That should be ready for our review again in mid-May, so we hope to have it released and available for nurses to take, hopefully by summer. And we're also working on a rule refresher for employees and nurse leaders. Mary Jane has taken on this course, and there's definitely we get a lot of questions about employment related issues. So I think this will be great to address some of those potential questions that come in. And we're trying to get an LVN scope of practice course ready too. So that's on the agenda. Let's see. Okay, and also since I've taken over this role, we're kind of realigning the responsibilities of the EOD itself and the practice team, and updating our policies, creating timelines for how to create a new course, how to renew an existing course, and updating our own policies. So this is just for information. I'm happy to answer any questions that y'all might have.
Thank you very much. And I appreciate that so much, that you're looking at trends and what people are asking, because we get so many questions, and I send everyone to the FAQs. I love them. They're succinct. They're really good. I had to reach out to Tim this week about a prescriptive authority question for APRNs that I thought I knew, but I was like, I'm going to the experts. So having you guys available and being on top of this is preventive. So thank you for that, and also evaluating where we've been and where we're going. So thank you. Any questions, board members?
Madam President, I have a question. First, thank you for this information. As a registered nurse, I think it's valuable for all of the RNs practicing in the state of Texas. I had a question regarding these offerings. Is there a fee associated with them, or you can just register through the Texas Board of Nursing site?
Yes, there is a fee. It varies per course. I believe they range from $25 to our workshop is $79.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions, board members? Yes, Paul?
I just want to mention that if any of the board members are interested in taking it, we can hook you up with a voucher for that. So just reach out to me or Christine, and we can make that happen.
Thank you so much.
Yes, all of the courses, our course catalog is available online, and like Paul said, they're all available for any board members to take.
One of the things, I've been at this for a while. You guys used to travel. You used to take it on the road and go around the state. And it was really great, because I think it made the board seem more real. And I hate that we can't do that. Having said that, I'm so glad we have the virtual ability that we didn't have back then, as part of the reason that you guys took the show on the road. And it has just made such a difference to have that virtual option. And there's such high quality. You guys just do such a great job.
I will echo that comment, having taken one of them. Two things that I'm amazed at is, one, how comprehensive it is. It's just amazing the number of courses you have, and again, very high quality.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. echo about this. I feel like there's so much in the face, but we want everyone to be able to hear and for it to be clear. Let's go to 3.2.12, report of 2025 NCLEX PN examination pass rates for vocational nursing education programs. Beverly?
Sorry about that. Thank you. All right, I had asked Dr. Smith to come up here too, since we report these one after another, if that's okay. I'll do the VN and then the RN.
Yes, perfect.
Madam President and board members, it's good to see everyone today. This report is on the 2025 NCLEX PN pass rates. These pass rates are figured on an annual basis, a calendar year. So those reported here are for January 1st, 2025 through December 31st of 2025. Reports for each program are downloaded in late January and are sent to the program directors in early February. Programs review names of the test takers on the reports and are asked to report back to us regarding any discrepancies. Some cleanup is always required. After the NCLEX results are reported to the board at the April meeting, the results are made public on our website. So the 2025 NCLEX PN, which is for vocational nursing programs, average for Texas programs was 91.89%. This is based on 4,243 first-time test takers with 3,899 passing. This was significantly above the national average pass rate of 86.59%. For all PN/VN programs in the United States or nationally. Nationally, there were 47,466 candidates that were successful in the exam, and this was out of 54,814 first-time test takers. 62 out of 85 of the VN programs in Texas experienced a 90% or higher pass rate, with 26 of those having 100%. 5 VN programs experienced a pass rate of less than 80% and will be required to write a self-study report. And not in your report, but also I wanted to report there are 3 VN programs moving from full approval or initial approval to warning. Be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I have a question, and this might apply to the NCLEX as well. RN. I guess it's just my ignorance. So, for example, I live in New Mexico. I attended school in, say, El Paso, but I take my exam in New Mexico because that's where I live. Is that a Texas statistic or a New Mexico statistic? It's based on where I graduate, correct? Not
correct.
So I could fly to Alaska and go on a cruise and take my exam at the same time, and it would still count for Texas.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. Thanks.
That'd be a nice security thing to have to go on a cruise.
Wouldn't that be lovely?
I like
yeah.
it.
I feel like I could really pass it better up there, maybe.
Any other questions or statements, members? I love that we're still above national average, and that's been our trend for a long time. So thank you.
Yeah, I just want to echo that this has been a really good test year for VN programs in Texas. So it's a real testament to the hard work that the VN educators are doing to prepare their graduates and the availability of our team to help schools when they need help. And I can't remember the last time we were so far above the national average.
Ken? He's our vocational educator on the board. What do you think?
I'm very proud of how our LVN education programs are performing nationwide. It's great. Statistically.
I think that your school did, one campus, wasn't it, did 100%, and one campus did 94?
Yes, ma'am. My old stomping grounds got 100%. And this year in San Angelo, we got 94.
Good work. Thank you. Dr. Smith, can we move on to 3.2.13, report of 2025 NCLEX RN exam pass rates for professional nursing education?
Okay, thank you. Madam President and board members, this report is for the NCLEX RN pass rates for 2025 calendar year. As Ms. Gloss had stated, the report, the pass rates are figured on a calendar year basis from January 1st to December 31st of 2025. Again, similar to the VN reports, the RN reports are downloaded for every program and looked at with the program directors, and any discrepancies are then identified and clarified with National Council if needed. After the NCLEX results are reported to the board in April, we will publish them on the website so the public and the schools can see them. The 2025 NCLEX RN professional nursing programs average for Texas for 2025 was 88.63%. This was based on 16,451 first-time test takers with 14,580 passing. So this was about 1,100 more test takers in 2025 than 2024. So we did see an increase in the number of test takers. This again is above the national average, which this year was 86.71% for all RN programs nationally. There were 192,908 national candidates and 167,272 passed nationally. Of the RN programs in Texas, 54% or 75 had a 90% or higher test rate. So that's a shout out to the RN programs, even though the overall average for 2025 is a little lower than the previous year. That's still a lot of programs that are at commendations level. So congratulations, that speaks to the efforts of the faculty, the program directors, and the earnest that the students attempt when they're in the program. 12 of those 75 had a 100% pass rate. 13% or 18 RN programs did have a pass rate less than 80% and will be required to write a self-study. I don't believe we had any conditional, anybody going to warning or conditional from the RN program. And does anybody have any questions?
Dr. Smith, I don't want to put you on the spot, but I know that you guys do so much behind the scenes to get, these numbers confirmed and validated. Could you talk a little bit about that to the board? And I know that there are additional staff. I know Jackie Ballesteros has a large role to play. I think it would be informative for the members to kind of hear that process.
Definitely. I can share and then I'll pass it to Beverly. So first and foremost, I have to give a huge shout out to Jackie Ballesteros. She's one of our executive administrative assistants. This was my first year to do the pass rates, similar to what Dr. Hooper has done for many years. And it was amazing learning experience. And I have to give those kudos to Jackie. She takes every single program's report and downloads it from National Council. She analyzes that. She is actually the one who first contacts the program director and starts that clarification. Is this your testers? Do you see any discrepancies? Is there anything that your stats don't match with our stats? And upwards of around 30 to 50 programs do report discrepancies that we have to then look into. And that's what Ms. Gloss and I did this year, is we kind of take it from there and start working with the programs. So it is definitely a combined effort. When we need to ask other questions that may not be assigned to our programs, we work with the other education consultants and reach out. Once that is completed and we have that information, then many of those errors or discrepancies we can fix internally with board staff, and Jackie helps us with that. Other things we have to reach out to National Council and have them help fix on the back end of the report. Sometimes it takes a couple months for those finalized reports to actually be corrected, so that then when we download the final copy, we have a corrected version, and we have to let the schools know that sometimes it takes a couple. So, Beverly?
I would just like to add that, some of the errors we find is graduates will put in the wrong code, their school code, and it's probably one number off sometimes, or they pick the wrong one if there's numerous campuses for those programs. And there's times you have to contact the dean or director of the program in another state, to find out, okay, but that wasn't your student, it was actually from Texas. So there's a lot that goes into it. And again, I would like to say Jackie Ballesteros is really just phenomenal to help us with all that. But it's a fun process, and always look forward to doing it every year. So thank you.
I do have a question. Dr. Smith, or Beverly, any thoughts on variables that may have influenced the 4% decrease from 24 to 25?
Dr. Edwards, I've thought about that. I have not seen anything specific yet, and that's something I do plan to reach out to National Council and see if there's anything being looked at. The overall increase, Texas didn't have a huge amount. Well, they did. 1,100 testers is quite a bit of an increase. And so potentially enrollment growth. If I was just going to speculate, there's no data behind that yet. let me put a disclaimer out there. But potentially enrollment growth
and faculty shortage.
Well, yes, and definitely faculty shortage.
That's what I was going to say.
And we know that with the faculty shortage, we are getting newer faculty that may not have quite as much experience yet, and so that can come with some of those variances. I haven't seen anything in evidence yet, but those are some speculations.
And that's where those self-studies will be really valuable to trends, if there are common, factors identified among the programs who had drops.
Yeah, just to add, I can say over the years, what we've seen is, faculty shortage, a lot of turnover, maybe they've had a curriculum change. Maybe there's pressure coming and increase enrollment. There's all kinds of issues that we've seen over time that usually affects these, but those self-studies are very helpful to identify that.
I think as being an educator, as long as I have been, first of all, those 2 months that y'all are trying to get that list done, the schools are just sweating bullets. Because they're like, oh my gosh, we have to know. I mean, once it comes and hits January and they're just waiting. And I think that you guys have worked with them well. I know the university I was at was the same thing, but their administrative people are just trying to figure out, is this going to be exact? And they're so grateful that errors are found during that time. So I just want to say, kudos about that. So the clinical judgment model and changing, we're still on that, and we still have new faculty coming in that maybe they weren't taught that or taught under that themselves and learning. And I still just wonder if that's a little bit of influence, with all of these other factors, aging faculty, like you said, and all. And so I think, we're just still improving with that. And I think we still have to think about the fact where, we had the ruling, those high stakes testing, and the schools have had to deal with that so that students weren't put under that pressure and really checking at what their knowledge level is. So that
definitely, I would agree. The other thing that come to my mind as we're sitting here talking is many of the schools are CCNE, especially at the baccalaureate level and above, they're CCNE accredited. They had a massive change in the essentials 3.5, 4 years ago now. And, it takes time for those curriculum changes that occurred within the programs to reflect in pass rates, usually between 3 and 5 years. And so just the normal disarray of trying to update curriculum to meet national standards also could have contributed to that.
Madam President, I had a question. So first, I think it's nice that you think it's fun to go through all these exercises and enjoy it so much. So that's nice. I see these scores and some of them are so impressive, especially with the large volume of students, but I also see that there's some schools with opportunities. What's the next step for those schools? Like, what's the process to notify them that they have to either be put like on notice, that they have low pass rates? How does that work?
Well, if they've had a first-time low pass rate, below the 80%, we stay in touch with our programs during the year and monitor those pass rates if they're right on that line, so they kind of know ahead of time they're going to have to do the self-study report. So after this meeting, we will send out a formal letter that they need to complete a self-study report. But we stay in touch with these programs. They've either already started it or, they've been watching it all along knowing that they had some issues. So anyway, I don't know if you know what a self-study is, but I'll just briefly say, it's looking at where our causes are, and we give them a list. We have a guideline on that of how to complete that and what things to look at to identify what they need to improve. And they already know, most of them already know what's going on and what they need to do. Some are new at it. We have some programs that are on initial approval, they're not fully approved yet, and they go to warning, and then there's, or before they go to warning, they do that self-study. So did that answer your question?
Yes, it did.
Okay.
And I think that's what I wanted to find out, the self-study and below the 80%. And to your point, most schools already know because they're in constant communication with their students.
They are. I hear that all the time. They want to know. They call those students or stalk them or something. I'm kidding. They don't really do that. But they keep in touch with them, which is good, So.
Yeah, several years ago, we had, I think it was 16 schools who had to write a self-study. I'm sure, Beverly, you remember this. And the consultants held individual meetings with each program just to make sure that they were well informed on how to go about conducting that self-study. So I think it is a lot of work, but it's good work and it will pay off. Sometimes it takes a while to pay off, especially in the 2 or 3 year programs. And then I just wanted to point out, I can hear Dr. Hooper, famous quotes from Dr. Hooper. The pass rate is a late indicator. Schools know there are things that need to be looked at, worked on before the pass rate drops.
The number one thing that I've heard over the years and I've seen is schools going outside their admission criteria, lowering them, saying, oh, well, we'll just not use this factor. And that, I can tell you that makes a big difference up front, not abiding by those. And the other thing on the self-study, when you said we meet with them, we do offer this to every program. We'd be glad to meet with you and your faculty and talk about the self-study, how that looks, how that works. And we do that quite a bit.
Thank you. I appreciate that work. Okay, at this time, we'll move on to our advisory committee task forces. Advanced Practice Nursing Advisory Committee has no report. Nursing Practice Advisory Committee, so that's 5.2.1, and then 5.2.2, we do not have a report. And then Dr. Smith, do we have a task force to study implications of growth of Texas nursing education programs report?
No report.
Okay. Thank you. Oh my gosh. the microphone. So- All right. One of the things that we talked about is that when we are meeting our building, we are bringing lunch in. When we're meeting here, we're going down to the cafeteria if you brought something, and so that we can stay on schedule. But, we really try to time constraints so that we can be very time aware of our meetings. And so we're going to go ahead and take a break now, but we will be breaking for lunch a little earlier so that we can miss the rush in the cafeteria downstairs. And so, our great Patricia Vianes Cabrera is so good, who has set up our room, taking care of our tables and our tablecloths and everything great, and our snacks, and making sure. So we're having this meeting in October here, and then the others are in our meeting over there. And you guys had talked about last time that you liked the fact that we brought in those sandwiches or whatever and just helped us kind of have a little chill time, but be able to stay on task. So if that's okay with you guys, we'll go ahead and let's take a 15-minute break now. Okay, welcome back. And we want the record to show and acknowledge that Manny Cavazos, one of our members, a consumer member, has arrived to our meeting. So welcome. Manny.
Hello, Manny.
Yes. Yes, and you didn't hear, but the microphones are really kind of testy this morning, so you have to be very close to it. Turn on the light. No, you you have to turn on there's the light. Now.
Manny Cavazos present.
Thank you. Representing consumers. Glad you're here. Thank you. Okay, at this time, we're going to move into okay. We're going to have Council John Vanderford, 6.2, consideration of adoption of amendments to 22 Texas Administrative Code 216.1, 216.5, 216.7, 216.8, 216.9, 216.11, relating to implementation of continuing education tracking system, including response to public comment, if any. Thank you, John.
Thank you, Madam President. These are the rules in Chapter 216 that implement the board's new continuing education tracking system as required by Senate Bill 912. No comments were received, and the board has already authorized adoption. So an adoption order will be filed with a target implementation date of September 1, which is when the statute is effective. Happy to answer any questions about that.
Any questions? Can you get closer?
I was just curious. I know Kristen had earlier said that we hope that the platform will be ready to roll. But are you estimating that we'll need to ask for an extension for implementation?
For the implementation of the rule, September 1st will be when
rule,
the rule is effective.
Okay, rule, but
the implementation of the tracking system will have to be phased in as each of those pieces can be met, just as a matter of practicality. But I can certainly turn that over to someone who's more involved in implementation.
Thank you.
Do you have an estimated timing, the implementation?
We will begin implementation by the effective date of the statute.
September 1.
September 1.
Thank you, John. Yes, our goal, our aim, our plan is to implement on September 1st. We will phase in the second component, which allows providers of CE to enter certificates on behalf of their students. I have had conversations with the bill author's staff to make sure that they're aware of our implementation plan. Nicole, is there anything you want to add?
Yeah, I'll just add, so the platform does exist. It is not super pretty. It's very rudimentary. So I've asked, so worst case scenario, if September 1 rolls around, we have something that will function correctly. And to Dr. Benton's point about the upload by third parties, we're approaching that cautiously. Because this is our licensure database, we need to protect the integrity of the data. And so we'll probably start with some pilots of a couple of people who will upload on behalf of nurses, but that will be kind of a later phase. We want to get the nurses able to upload first. So it does exist today. I'm hoping to make it a little bit prettier by September 1, though.
So, Nicole, will we be able to put something in the bulletin to sort of do a crosswalk on how to do this?
Definitely.
If it's not pretty or if it's not user-friendly. I just worry about older nurses that may not be computer savvy.
Yes. Yes, for sure. And we actually have a wonderful practice team who is offering, as soon as I get kind of a live environment for testing, they're actually going to do a video walkthrough that will be able to be posted to our website. So we have lots of things in the works. Yes.
I have one question. Oh, sorry, Ken, go ahead. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I realize it's sort of, it'll do the things we need it to do. It may not be exciting or fun to use. Is there, as a service to our licensees, CE tracking is certainly something we all probably have various systems that we use. Maybe it's a professional certification that you have to track, or it's just a bunch of files on your computer or in a drawer. Is the envision that this could be a free CE tracking? Obviously, I have to put in my CEs in order to renew my license, but could this take the place and become sort of a standalone, not standalone, but a CE tracking system for licensees? So, it's iterative. I did a CE conference this weekend. I received my certificate. I go in and upload it today so I don't forget about it. And then maybe my employer needs to see a transcript of all of my continuing education. The ORB system is going to be so pretty and wonderful I can go there and get it? Or is that way too aggressive?
No, I think the goal right now is that it will be upload at your leisure. So it's not upload right before renewal. In fact, we would prefer that people don't do that because we don't want their renewals delayed. So as soon as this portal is open, as you do CE, you can upload it. And eventually when we get the third parties, those third parties that are approved will be able to upload on behalf. So it will be kind of like a little repository for everyone's CE.
I think to the extent that it makes sense to help that, to use that message in our communication with licensees, that this is not a punitive thing. Yes, this is a response to a legislative mandate, but we're actually offering this opportunity for you to have a one-stop shop for all of your continuing education repository. And look how amazing this Board of Nursing is in serving your needs.
Great, thank you. Great suggestion.
Well, and I think adding to that it's not a new change, that it's always been in place, but that we're just making it easier for them to have a database to be able to store it. I think that's key because it's not new. And I think a lot of nurses who haven't maybe been diligent about it might see it as something new.
And I think we need Dr. Riddle to narrate the video and have the opening message from the board. Yes.
This is the most exciting change in the history of nurse regulation. Sit down, grab your popcorn.
Ken?
Madam President, sorry, this, when we say that vendors will be able to upload to the site, what about universities and colleges? Say, if a nursing student is taking classes, typically you wouldn't load up like your transcripts on there of classes that you're finishing. So how would that work out?
That's something that we'll, go ahead.
The way the rule is structured, generally the nurse would upload that because it's not a CE class as such, right?
Right, but it's kind of weird because it's kind of like an honors, right? Because you're not going to put an official transcript, likely. You'd have to like get a screenshot that you finished the class.
The rule did require an official transcript. That's been softened a little bit to allow sort of a more holistic approach to being able to verify this, but they're still subject to audit, of course.
But what like if your renewal year falls in between like you graduating or something like that, you're not going to pay like twice to get an official transcript taken. Kind of what I'm going for.
Mm-hmm.
So it is.
Yes.
It's a little bit of an honor system uploading bad data at first, but then if you get audited, okay.
There's some evidence. We'll receive the evidence and evaluate it.
So the other thing is, if we do begin uploading in September, and yes, my license is up for renewal after that date, do you actually have to upload just what's happened in the past 2 years, or are you going to actually have to upload 6 years worth previous?
Great question. Only 2 years, only pertaining to the licensure cycle that you are renewing. We don't want, that's extra stuff that we don't need to collect, but
Right, but the nurse has to maintain 6 years worth, and I didn't know if that was just in case it was an audit or something. So do you have to put everything on? Yeah. Good to know that.
And if I can just add, just in case it helps, you can renew 60 days prior. So if you're due in September or October, you can do it before the September 1st and skip it this time.
Thank you. Any other statements, questions? You can see it's new for all of us. So, but we're prepared and working on it. Thank you, staff, so much. Okay, and this is not a voting item, updating us because we've already voted. And then we have 6.3, consideration of adoption of proposed new 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.8 relating to verification of legal presence and license eligibility, including response to public comment. John?
Thank you, Madam President. Board members, this is the board's proposed legal presence rule. It was proposed in January, and adoption is now before the board. The basis of the rule is that federal law prohibits bestowing a public benefit on someone who is not lawfully present in the United States, and that includes the issuance of a nursing license. If the rule is adopted, nurses will be required to submit documentation establishing lawful presence before either renewing or initially applying for a license. I want to talk a little bit about the proposed language, so if we could look at that together. Subsection A is an extensive list, and that's all of the acceptable forms of documentation that could be provided to establish lawful presence. And then subsection B provides a pathway for those who have not established legal presence yet at this time to begin the process of applying for a license. That means taking exams, the opportunity to have their character and fitness examined by the board. And the concept there is that our understanding is that there are people who are applying for nursing licenses and then using that license in their immigration in an attempt to get a visa. Because the immigration officials, they want to know, essentially, can you work where you're going? Will you be a burden on society? Or can you get a job there? And they're showing nursing licenses in some way, the way it stands now. This allows them to get a document that says, hey, you would be authorized to get a nursing license, except that you do not have lawful presence and you wouldn't be allowed to get one because it would be against the law for us to issue one. The board received 4 comments on the proposal. The comments are the House Democratic Caucus, Representative Bryant, Representative Gervin Hawkins, and the Texas Nurses Association. We'll take the legislative comments together, as you can see in the board report, as they are substantially similar. The concerns that were expressed in those comments were nursing workforce shortage, citing studies and projections, and the administrative burden to the agency, and that this would slow down licensure as the volume of these checks would make it difficult for licenses to be issued in a timely manner. As you can see in the proposed response to comment, the board acknowledges and addresses their concerns, but ultimately restates the federal law that prohibits the board from issuing a license to someone who is not lawfully present, and that the rule is, of course, necessary to preclude that from happening. All of those commenters oppose the adoption of the rule. I'm not sure if I added that. TNA's comment was largely about implementation. They did not oppose the adoption of the rule. Their concerns were how it was going to be operationalized by the board. They had concerns that there needed to be guidance to nurses, which of course the board staff will be issuing about how to comply with these in situations where there's marital name changes or other reasons that the documents may be difficult to obtain. TNA did acknowledge subsection B and the pathway to begin attempting to get a nursing license, where of course it could not be issued, but you could begin the process. And you'll see the response to comment again addresses the concerns and acknowledges the concerns that they have. Happy to answer any questions about the rule language, comments, comment responses that are proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions or statements, board members?
I had a question, Madam President. So from the Texas Board of Nursing, once we adopt this, are they prepared for staff just to be able to go ahead and do the additional checks required to sustain that?
The implementation, again, much like the CE rule, will be a work in progress, as this is a massive volume of work to be completed, and we're continuing to work on ways to implement it.
Do we have any estimates of what kind of potential delays there could be in issuing licenses?
I don't think we have a hard, fast number estimate, Mr. Chambers. We agree with the commenters that this will require additional staff resources. And so as we move into our report on exceptional items for our appropriations request, you'll see that some of the resources we're requesting appropriations for are related to the implementation. I hope that answers your question.
Any other questions or statements? Okay. So if there's no further discussion, and I need a motion.
Hi, this is Ellie Adamson, representing Acute Nursing Practice. I move to adopt the proposed new 22 Texas Administrative Code 217.8 relating to verification of legal presence and license eligibility without changes as proposed. Further authorize staff to publish the summary of comments and responses to comments attached hereto as Attachment B, with authority for the General Counsel to make any changes necessary to clarify board intent and comply with the formatting requirements of the Texas Register.
This is Maisie Jamison. I second.
Okay, I have a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, please vote. Okay, the motion carries, and we have 2 against and 11-4, and so it carries. Thank you, John, for your work on the, you and Dusty have worked really hard, and we appreciate the work that you did. Okay, at this time, I think we'll look at 5.3.1A, report on National Council State Boards of Nursing mid-year meeting held in Phoenix. And I just want to start out with the fact that Ellie was supposed to be there, and that's when all of the flights and everything were crazy. And so she was at the airport 12 hours and had her flights changed and moved and canceled. And it reaches a point that she could get there when the meeting's over. And so she didn't get to make it. And so Dr. Edwards was there, and she's on the awards committee. So I'd like for her to talk. Nicole Buckingham was there from our directors, and myself and Dr. Benton. So start.
Sure. It was a robust meeting. The theme being evidence in action, so research-based evidence in action. And sort of this pervasive concern, one of the opening comments that one of the regulators brought up was, feel any pressure regarding deregulation in general. And I thought that was interesting because, some of these boards are umbrella boards and they have to sort of succumb to other licensing entities and may not take precedence. But that was interesting to me. There were a lot of major voting items that are going to be happening. I think Dr. Benton's going to talk about those major voting items that will come up at the annual meeting. And all of our presentations, there was a really good government affairs presentation that talked a lot about the Texas rural, the big beautiful bill and the rural allocation of that Texas will get 281 million of. So there's a good government affairs representation of that about rural health. And but really, so much of the meeting was attributed to these voting items that will happen in August. So I'm going to take it from there, Dr. Ben.
Sure. So for the benefit of new members, the annual meeting, usually held in August of NCSBN, is their delegate assembly, where they bring any items that have been recommended by the boards of directors to the delegates for a vote. And so there are a few items that are on the horizon for vote. The first is not until 2027, but it will be a new proposed advanced practice registered nurse compact. There is a current compact. Texas is not a party state to that. And the compact requires a threshold of at least 7 states to enact legislation in order to get that compact started. There has been mixed acceptance of that compact. Primarily, the feedback that is not in favor of this compact has to do with transition to practice requirement in order to have an advanced practice compact license. I think the most of the feedback in opposition to such a transition is coming from the associations. And so the NCSBN leadership is now engaging board leadership in meetings, the first of which was held a few weeks ago, to kind of introduce the concept of a licensure-only compact, very similar to the existing vocational nursing and RN compact, where the uniform licensure requirements are not necessarily touching scope of practice or transition to practice type issues, but rather more foundational criteria for licensure. So that dialogue will be ongoing. They're in the process of seeking input from outside external groups who are important stakeholders, as well as board leadership staff. So that will be later. That will be 2027. The item that was introduced that is very significant and more timely is they are going to propose to the Delegate Assembly to increase the examination fee. So that is the fee that graduates pay to sit for the NCLEX. That is administered through the third party, which is now Pearson VUE. And the primary rationale, of course, is, looking at the financial reserves of the organization, and also the history that the exam fee has not been increased in 25 years. There was a rationale and need to propose an increase in 2020, but at that time, it's my understanding that because of the pandemic and everything going on, there was a pause put on that change. So more to come on that. Board members, I would highly recommend that you log into your NCSBN passport, and if you go to events, you can access the mid-year meeting presentation on this very proposal, and that will give you some more background. Board staff as well, you have access to it also. I'm glad to answer any questions. I don't think we really want to, before you watch the presentation, it's probably not as productive of a discussion so that you can see all of the background. We will bring this back for discussion at our July meeting ahead of the Delegate Assembly, where two of the people, it's usually me and President Shipp, will represent the board as delegates to vote on this item. Another issue that will come up for vote is not as far-reaching, but it's a look at modifying the criteria that enables someone to serve as a board member for NCSBN. Historically, there have been board positions assigned to certain geographic areas, and there is some, debate and discussion on whether that's really necessary anymore, and whether those memberships should be converted to more member at large to represent the whole organization, because there's a mindset that I represent, for instance, Area 3, which is a designation set by NCSBN that historically was from long ago when the organization first started. The areas, as I understand, originated from the fact that they didn't have a central location to physically meet to discuss issues. And I think over time that just hasn't really been modernized.
I think it's really, and you mentioned log into your passport, and if you haven't logged in a while, you're probably going to have to reach out to IT at the board. So Daryl will help you with that. Ask me how I know. So, but yeah, it is a great presentation. It's well thought out, and you'll learn more about why the increase is necessary. I think I don't have anything else to really add, other than, what something people really don't think about, board members, nurses may not think about, is that Pearson VUE gets a percentage of that NCLEX testing fee. And so it leaves the margin pretty minimal for NCSBN. So it's an eye-opening presentation. And cybersecurity costs increasing over 127%. All of those attributing to the need for this.
And Nicole was there, and I asked her if she'd just say a couple of words about her time she spent.
Thank you. Yes, it was a great opportunity. I think what I gained most from the conference was connections with other state boards of nursing, specifically other licensing departments. I was picking their brain a lot about some of the things they're doing, and in return, they were also asking me questions. In fact, I've met with 2 boards after the fact. Me and my licensing team met with the Ohio board, who's considering ORBs. And so we connected at mid-year and then had a presentation to kind of discuss the pros and cons of ORBs. And so it was great networking, and I've learned some great things. And I plan to definitely use some of those business cards I got from other state boards. Yeah, that's right.
Thank you. And so one of the things that we do historically is that, like Kristen meets with the EOs and I meet with the presidents, and I had the opportunity for 7 years to lead that group through calls and meetings. And it was just, so that's been 9 years ago, and we barely had much interaction. Now we have regular meetings, and then we have those meetings there. And so it's really good. Same thing, sharing with others, what other states are doing. And one of the things they did as a handout was IV hydration and med spa state board resource guide, which kind of goes off of what we're going to be covering. And it's really good. And the same thing, they always want to know what Texas is doing, just like our lawyers are leading that summit on Operation Nightingale. And so, remember we passed this around. And so this is their environmental scan, and it's evidence in action. And so that's what they talked about too, the research that goes into articles here, the research that they're doing. Their research staff gave presentations to us, and that's what we are, is evidence-based. What does the research and all tell us? And then we do go to those area meetings, but they aren't, we're so virtual now, and we articulate so much. But in the beginning, 40 plus years ago, they didn't have that opportunity, and they needed those areas. Some people are really, that's a hill to die on, and they want to keep those area parts of the country. And then the rest are like, well, we don't even need that now. And there are that are general members that are on the board of directors at large, is what they're called. And then there are ones from the area. So it'll be interesting to see how that debate goes. And I think with newer members that are more about what's happening now and more into the IT world, or sometimes maybe, that's not as necessary. And we'll just see how that vote goes. And so that's why I've wanted all the members to be able to attend a mid-year or an annual meeting to just get an idea of the organization. So I appreciate the opportunity to serve in that. So any questions? Okay.
Yes, Madam President, for reference, what is the cost of the NCLEX currently?
Currently, the exam fee is $200.
Thank you. And so if no other questions, we'll move on to 9.2 for our eligibility and disciplinary committee overview. And our Danny Green is going to do that for us.
All right, hello. I'm Danielle Green, Director of Enforcement, and I believe y'all asked for, this thing come out? Hello, okay. I know I have to hold this really close to my mouth. This is an overview of the Eligibility and Disciplinary Committee meeting. So I know that a lot of you are very experienced attending these committees, so this is going to be an overview for the development. And say it right now, we say E&D. We're not going to say Eligibility and Disciplinary Committee 100 times. as an overview in the background, why kind of how we got here, your membership on the board and the makeup of the board and those details are in the occupations code. And then from that, the ability to have a 3-member committee also comes from the occupations code. And then like everything else, all of the nitty-gritty details are in the administrative code. So that's where it details how we can have the 3-member committee and what your authority is on that committee. So it's a 3-member committee. It's 2 nurse members from the board and 1 consumer member from the board. The members and the chair are appointed by the president, and you need at least 2 members to vote for your quorum, and one of them needs to be a nurse. So the authority that you have when you're on the committee, these meetings that you have, eligibility for licensure issues, discipline of the licenses, which is most of what you'll see, administrative and civil penalties, and then consideration of default dismissals from the State Office of Administrative Hearing. So the meetings, like we're here now, the E&D meetings are every other month that you're not here. So 8 times a year, plus as needed for emergency meetings. So those will be the temporary suspensions or emergency suspensions. You'll hear we use both terms. And those are done in person and public, like we're doing here. And you mentioned at the start of this meeting, that's because of the Open Meetings Act. And when I was preparing this, I saw that there's a 141-page document on the Open Meetings Act. If you want some light reading, it's on the Attorney General's website, which is actually really interesting about why we are doing this. If you like to know the why of things like I do. And of course, the purpose of that is for transparency of government. We want everything to be accessible and available to people. That's why we're recording this, and that's why it's public. Little asterisk to that, as far as being in person, we also do it by telephone, which is approved by in the occupations code. So we do those, the temporary suspension hearings, as you've done those by phone, as those are not routine. So it's a lot more convenient. And of course, who will be there? A whole lot of people will be there, even though the panel is 3 people. So you'll have your committee, our executive director, director of enforcement, general counsel, wonderful legal assistant who runs the show, the compliance supervisor. We'll have various attorneys there depending on what they're presenting and who's there for the hearing. Investigators will be there if their cases are being presented, so you'll have an extra person you can ask questions of if you have questions about the evidence. And then sometimes we'll have observers and students, nursing students that will come in, so you'll see people in the little audience that we have, and of course the petitioners themselves. The 3 main categories of things that you'll see, acceptance of the orders like we did today, that'll be routine. You'll see that at every hearing. Exceptions to existing orders, that is when petitioners are coming in to request changes to what's already been ratified. And we're going to go over all of these things. And then motions for rehearing. So that's when their licenses have been revoked by default, and right in that immediate period afterwards, they've submitted a motion for rehearing. They want to get their license back, so those are the folks that will come in and talk about that. And the other things that aren't on here, as we said earlier, you could also talk about eligibility matters or reinstatement of licenses. Don't do that as often, but it is authorized in the administrative code. Exceptions are authorized also by the administrative code, like everything that we're doing. The executive director can grant exceptions, and also the committee. So you will see a lot of exceptions at most of the hearings I've ever been to. There's folks coming in for that. We do have guidelines on our website of who is eligible to ask for an exception. So there are standards that you have to follow. It's not just I've signed this and I've decided I don't agree with it. There have to be certain criteria met about how long you've already been under the order, what has been completed, and basically what the request is about. Some examples, primarily the folks who are under an order have concerns about the employment portion. Once they've gotten started in their order, they might say, well, I was asked to do indirect supervision. However, I've been offered a new job where there's not another nurse on the premises and I want to be supervised by telephone. They might have requests like that. So they would come in person and explain that to you, what their request was, what support they have from their employer, and those types of things. And when you're at the meetings, as you know, all the information is presented to you ahead of time. Tony and I will give you a summary of what their request is, and then they will get to tell you all of their story and what they want to say, and you'll have an opportunity to ask them questions and make a decision. And they might be in person or they might be on the phone. TBON orders are a separate category of orders where individuals might want to request an exception to their order, and those generally fall into the two categories that are showing right there. These also have guidelines in place that are on our website. So they have to meet certain criteria about, again, how far they've gotten into the program. Are they in good standing with TBON? Have they completed their remedial education? That there's no current pending issues going on for them, and that they have at least 5 years of sobriety. So some of the early release requests are just in general. They've reached a certain point in their program and they want to be done. They've sometimes they're going back for more education, and the testing is not possible logistically or various things like that. So they'll come in and ask you about that. So you can ask them questions about their recovery or their sobriety or whatever you feel is appropriate to show that how they're doing. And the other category is something that stemmed from the 2017 legislative session, where it's an evaluation of eligibility orders for TBON. So this is individuals who perhaps have petitioned to get their license. The petition for a declaratory order, perhaps before nursing school, if they want to disclose that they've had the language is, within the last 5 years, have you been addicted to and or treated for the use of alcohol or any other drug? So if they want to disclose yes and share their treatment information prior to going to nursing school, they could be issued an eligibility order for like a TBON eligibility order. And then what this portion of the occupations code was amended to say is that once they're issued their license, we let them know that they can request a release from TBON, or that they don't have to do TBON at that point. I believe the function of that is that by the time they've applied to, let us know that thing, they've gone to nursing school, they've passed, they've become a nurse. At that point, it could be some time since the issues that they've disclosed. So those individuals will come in and share that information as well. It all falls under the same guidelines. They have to have gotten at least 5 years sobriety. And that's also information that they will present to you, and then you can ask them questions about in order to make your decisions. Motions for rehearing. These are the individuals who had their licenses revoked by default. And they are coming to get it back. So this is like I said, the time period basically immediately following the revocation. They can file a motion for rehearing. It's to reconsider the fact that they were revoked. These are generally presented by the general counsel. He will give you a summary of the criteria that they meet, which is up there. It needs to be timely filed, that they've made their request for this. We want to see if their lack of response was intentional or not. That says not accident or mistake. We need to know if they have a meritorious defense to the charges, and will granting the request delay the board. So if the motion is granted, what happens is that the revocation is going to be set aside, and that their case is basically starting over at the point that formal charges were filed. So the process, how we got there, is that there were formal charges, there was a violation of the Nurse Practice Act, we didn't have a response to the charges, and their license was revoked. So if this goes through, then they'll start their investigation again at the point of what their response to the charges is, and then we'll move forward from there on how we can resolve the case. Emergency meetings, these are temporary suspensions or emergency suspensions. We could use both terms, and those are the ones that we typically do by phone. And there's two types. So 2 reasons that we could suspend a license, or that you could suspend a license right away to stop individuals from practicing while we determine the rest of the case. The Occupations Code 301455 is the continued practice would be an imminent threat to the public. And then the other category is 4551, where the nurse is under a board order that prohibits drug or alcohol use, and they've had a positive result, they're refusing to test or they're not participating in TPAP if they've been ordered to do so. And the drug and alcohol category, that's listed in the orders. So the nurse signs an order that has that information that the consequences of not complying with the order could result in a suspension. And then the other category, the imminent threat category, those are going to be the really significant, sometimes significant practice concerns, but more often unprofessional conduct. So those of you that were there this week, there was an emergency meeting. There were licenses suspended due to patient abuse and some things of that nature. So those are the types of things that you'll see that requires basically an immediate suspension. As soon as there's evidence to support that, that will be presented. And these have a really quick turnaround. So as soon as these suspensions happen, there has to be a probable cause hearing within 17 days. It means we're going to the administrative law judge to make sure that there was probable cause to suspend them. And then after that, there'll be a full hearing on the merits no later than 61 days from the meeting. So it's a really quick turnaround time. So we're ready to go. They'll be suspended that whole time until the final outcome is reached. And that was a very quick overview of E&D. Are there any questions?
If I may add a few things in regards to the rehearing, you know, a lot of nurses, and I can say this because I'm not a nurse, but a lot of nurses when they're in trouble, they have the turtle shell syndrome. They go and hide in that turtle shell, and they figure that if I don't know about it, nothing can hurt me. If we get an allegation that you violated the Nursing Practice Act, we're going to investigate that. We're going to ask for a response. If you don't respond, it doesn't stop there. We're going to proceed with our investigation. If we can prove the allegations, we're going to proceed. We're going to file charges. We're going to ask for another response. If you choose not to respond, it's not going to go away there. Your license is going to be revoked. Once that license is revoked, all of a sudden, they come out of that shell. This isn't supposed to happen. I didn't do anything wrong. Well, you had several opportunities to respond. You chose not to. So that's when the motion for rehearing comes into play. Does that make sense to anybody? So don't get the turtle shell syndrome. Just respond. If we're going to send notice letters several times, we're going to send it certified. We're going to send it regular mail. That's why you need to keep your address current. There's a rule. You have to keep your address current. If you move within 10 days, I believe it is, you need to return. You need to tell us about the new address. Because, again, if something gets reported to us, I notice the last known address of record. If you're not there, you're not going to get it. But it doesn't stop. Our process proceeds. Thank you.
Yes, that is a not uncommon stress response, I think, to getting communication from the board. And I think a lot of folks are notified if they've not been checking their mail that they're enrolled in Nurses e-Notify, and then they get notification when the status changes, when they have formal charges or they're revoked. So that's sometimes how they come to us after the fact.
Madam President, I want to thank you very much for the presentation. It was a nice overview, particularly for those of us who might be a little newer to the board. Thank you.
Well, one of the things, too, I've always tried to do, I want to make sure that, we have more RNs than we do LVNs. And I want to make sure that we do everything possible to have LVN, availability there because that opinion matters as much as RN. And so we don't ever like to do 2 RNs and a consumer. We always want to do that. And I appreciate the fact that our LVN, being 3 of you, have to cover more. And the fact that y'all have stepped up and done that. and we appreciate it. And I can also tell you that boards of nursing all over the country meet monthly and have these nurses in front of them pleading their case like we're having for these. So this being in our protocols and having the abilities to do this is amazing, so that we don't have to bring our whole board in to have that and sit through. So many boards have that, and it's 2 or 3 days that they are basically litigating these cases that are being done by our staff and dealing with our rules. So it's a process that I think works really well. And I also appreciate those of you who kind of at the last minute will step in when somebody has said they will do it, but things come up. And so that's just my thinking of always trying to have the LVN. And yes, we could get 2 RNs probably the majority of the time, but I don't ever want us to do that if we can all have that LVN voice there. And sometimes being LVN education is a good substitute. Not being an LVN, but being in that world, I think helps with that. And also the fact of how our consumer members have stepped up so much. So thank you, for that process. And I appreciate the staff and all the work you do to be ready for these. And then emergency suspensions that come so quickly and you have to kind of phone in for those. And that's great that we can do that and we don't have to be in person for that. So thank you. Questions or statements? Thank you. Thank you very much. Very concise. Appreciate it. Okay, so we're going to break for lunch now so that you can go downstairs and eat the lines. I always struggle with paying going out because I only do it. So sometimes time for doing that. And I appreciate you guys. I think we'll take an hour and we'll be back by 12:30. It's almost an hour. I think that'll give us enough time to do that and we can take care of some business and be ready for open forum. Okay, we'll go ahead and get started. Enjoyed our time here and getting to visit with everybody, kind of catch up and all. And so we're going to start with Dr. Benton doing 5.3.2, Health Professions Workforce Coordinating Council, Nursing Advisory Committee.
Thank you, Madam President. So the Health Professions Workforce Coordinated Council is a new council that came about following the 89th legislative session. Its purpose is to study and develop a strategic plan to plan for a healthcare system and workforce needs in the state. Right now, the council has met twice, and it's comprised of representatives from all of the healthcare licensing agencies in the state. And I believe there are 4 governors. I think 2 are, I believe there are 4 appointees. And our meetings up to this point have really focused on getting a grasp of the sources of data for workforce of all the different health professions. Of course, in nursing, we're very fortunate to have the Center for Nursing Workforce Studies who work with our licensure data, and they also administer surveys to employers, to nurses themselves, to really get a grasp on where nurses are working, what, the education pipeline looks like, what the faculty, what the faculty population looks like, what challenges there are. But the second meeting really focused on presentations of some of the other healthcare professions and entities, and the staff who is the HHSC staff who are working to staff this council have put together kind of a data inventory notebook, and so they're working on that. And the council is, in statute, it's required that they release a draft of a strategic plan. I believe it's in October. So the meeting really focused on maybe making a determination of what was the most realistic goal to set given the timeline. And right now, we're looking more at developing an inventory of data right now to work from. One of the other items that the council considered at this meeting was reestablishing the Nurse Advisory Committee, or the Nursing Advisory Committee. This is the committee that works closely with the Center for Nursing Workforce Studies, that reviews all of the education reports that come out of the surveys that educators fill out each year, and all of the employer surveys, the supply and demand work that the center does. And all of the members were reappointed. And so this kind of bleeds right into 532A. The Nursing Advisory Committee is now back, and they should start meeting in the next few months. So not a lot to report. If you're interested in that data inventory, I'd be glad to share that with you. It's a lot of information.
Thank you. That's just an information item. Any questions, members? Okay. I think at this time, we have open forum at 1, but I think we have time to do 5.3.1B, appointment of board members to attend the National Council State Boards of Nursing annual meeting to be held in Chicago, August 18th to 21st. And I had talked originally to Manny and asked him if he wanted to go on the last one that was or this one. He said he thought he could do August. Is that still going to be okay with you to do that? Okay. Well, when it's getting closer, we will give you the information. We work with National Council, does some waivers besides what's in our budget, and we'll get it all figured out. And that's great. But I just want everyone to have an opportunity. And then Ellie didn't get to go to Phoenix. That was crazy. She spent more time in the airport than at home. And so we think she can check her schedule and thinks that she could possibly do that. And it's, we usually in the past have many times have just had one, but the way we hope we can work the budget that we get to go during this time. And then Dr. Benton and myself will be voting members. And I'm not sure about staff because Dr. Smith is going. Okay. So, we had go last time, and it's just great to have them there. So, anybody have any questions? And we'll be bringing information to you at July meeting about what we're voting on representing our board for those items Dr. Benton had just talked about or up for discussion. We'll work on getting that. Both of you guys think that you can do. And at that point, we will have everyone that's been to the meetings. So looking forward to that. So, and Allison will be going. She's awards committee. And so they are covering her, which is nice if we have people on that help us cover to send more people. So right now that's where it stands. So that's
Kathy, I'm gonna go on my own. I always attend online, but
yes, you can attend virtually and all, and so that's great. I mean, and do that. So it's not a voting item; it's just a discussion. Okay, just a little organizational. So let's go to 9.1, which is our eval from the meeting. And the president always does that. I'll make sure that you fill yours out for this meeting as well before you leave. So we had 13 members. Great turnout. And again, as always, and that's one of the things typed in here about the agenda was clear, supported by documents. As always, Patricia does an excellent job for the board to ensure that we're prepared, valuable for the consumer and public. Impressed with the level of preparation. Our staff works so hard for us to have these meetings go so well. And I always want the staff to know that the board members are appreciative of that and helping us to do our job. Number 2 is about everyone being prepared. Members were prepared and did the necessary homework to add value to the meeting. Really liked the questions around critical thinking. So, these are comments that have come from our members. Reports were clear and contained needed information. All reports presented are so appreciated. Also appreciate the summary presented by the person who was created the report. And very clear and informative. So it makes our job so easy to try to glean out of it what we need to make our decisions. We avoided getting into administrative management details, too much talking to open meeting speaker. Okay, we noted. So we're going to have open meeting minutes. All right. A diversity of opinions were expressed and issues were dealt with in a respectful manner. diverse experiences of board members provided meaningful discussions. Yes, I love how we bring so many different experiences as members. Always love to engage with other members in such various backgrounds and input. Chair guided the meeting effectively and members participated responsibly. Says that I run the meeting well, and when I address speakers with appreciation and respect. I just feel like anytime someone is before us and has time, that we should respect them with their time that they're giving to us. Future issues, and somebody says, I don't know how to always, how to answer this question. So I think during that time, if we come up with something or something we want as maybe a board development or something we'd like to know more about, would probably be something we would want to put in that point. Again, and ended on time. IT was great. So yay. Yes, you guys rock. And when you look at all this stuff they brought in here to push and everything, and our table set up and tablecloths. We had some missing. And I just want to say that we understand when people have things that pull them away and family issues and whatever going on. I just want you to always know that your time here is appreciated and valued. And I don't want anyone to feel like they're more important than someone else. So as board members, that matters to me that you think, oh, well, they won't miss me. We do miss you, and your comments and opinions matter. So, we ended early that day. Having lunch delivered is very good for a relaxed lunch, to be timely, efficient. We finished so early at that meeting. That was really something. And the meeting room was conducive to work. Miscellaneous concerns. When in Bush Building, have lunch brought in. Jordan Building meetings can use cafeteria, April and October meetings. Glad there was not time changes. Glad that there was not time changes to start. Appreciate lunch delivery, very helpful. I appreciate receiving information with enough advance notice to read all agenda items support. I also understand that due to regulatory constraints, that isn't always possible. Sometimes we do get information the night before or day before or something, and staff is always tries to be so timely with that, and I appreciate it. So thank you for your input. Thank you for everyone. I mean, this is amazing for me. I've been doing this for years, and rarely do we get their evaluations. So thank you. Thank you. So I'm going to go ahead and address 9.3 Executive Director and Board Evaluations. They will be sent out as we do every year. And Chris will have her information there about how she evaluates herself. And then we will evaluate her, and then we'll evaluate our board. And I think that will be coming out in June. Well, the evaluations is June. I have to apologize because I'm one of those that's like, whoops, it got here too soon. And I, had best plans or whatever. And so I apologize, and I will work harder on that. So it closes on the 6th. So we can do it on the 6th. Okay? Everybody got that? So when it comes in, and watch for it, check your spam in case it doesn't come through and you don't see it. And it's very valuable and very important. And Chris goes to a lot of detail about looking at the job she's done in the last year. And we appreciate that. and also as a board, how we function. Thank you so much.
Just a real quick announcement, talking about dates and deadlines and such, reminded me, everyone, board members, your personal financial statement is due on April 30th. And I just saw an email in my inbox yesterday that they're offering a webinar on Monday at noon if you have any questions or you just need an overview. I know many of you have done them before and you're probably well greased on it, but if anybody wants that link, just let me know. I have to do it too. I share your pain.
And it's very easy to get an extension. Very, very easy. And then it would be June 30th.
Right, but you have to ask for it before April 30th or else it's going to cost you.
Yes. After June 30th, it really costs you.
It's $500. I had to pay it my first year because I came in October, so I didn't, like I started in October 2019. I didn't realize I do it for all of 2019. Come in until October, but I found out the hard way. They didn't care. I didn't get my money back.
Noted. Yes, yes. Okay. Introduction for open forum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the board, I'm recognizing this time as the beginning of open forum. This is an opportunity for the public to voice observations and opinions about the regulation of nursing, the approval of nursing schools, and our nursing practice issues which fall under the purview of this agency. We welcome ideas or recommendations about issues in nursing practice or education. The information shared with us will assist the board in its regulatory role. The mission of the Texas Board of Nursing is to protect and promote the welfare of the people of Texas by ensuring that each person holding a license as a nurse in the state of Texas is competent to practice safely. Keep in mind the board's jurisdiction is limited to the approval of schools of nursing, examination and licensure of nurses entering practice, and the regulation of practicing nurses. Many aspects of healthcare, such as the operation of hospitals and the licensure or practice of healthcare providers other than nurses, are beyond this board's purview. In eligibility and disciplinary matters, the law provides that the board act on the basis of admissible evidence, which is secured and presented within the requirements of due process and the Administrative Procedures Act, the APA. Therefore, during this forum, we cannot receive information about any pending cases. Members of the public were provided prior notice, both on file with the Secretary of State's office and on the board's website, of the opportunity to request to present verbal or written testimony related to this hearing. At this time, we invite anyone wishing to address the board during open forum to step forward, identify yourself, and present the information that you wish to share with the board. At the conclusion of, so is there anyone that is here wishing to speak in the open forum? We haven't had any notification. Okay, seeing no one, hearing no one, then we will now close the open forum. So we started at 2 and it's 1:04. So thank you for your time. So at this time, I think that Brittany Majeski is here, yes, with TPAPN, and she's on our program for 1:15. She's a little early, and we're going to take her. Good afternoon.
What's that?
Yes.
We go.
And before you start, we just wanted to tell you, we've already talked about your article that you had in JNR. We passed the magazine around. I don't know Chris passed one and I passed one around, and we're so proud of you for that and the work you do. And we just want to applaud you for that. Okay.
Well, thank you all so very much. That definitely is a collaborative effort for sure. And I'm so very grateful to those, Dr. Kit Bredemus and Dr. Karen Foley as well. They're huge advocates of this work, and the team, of course, that is doing the work in the background, and their hospital. I mean, they're really doing some very, very, I think, forward-thinking practices. So thank you for that. Thank you for taking me a little bit early. So good afternoon, everyone. Yes, my name is Brittany Majewski, and I am just here to report out information for the Texas Peer Assistance Program for Nurses Q2 report, and those dates run between December 1st of 2025 and February 28th of 2026. So going to talk a little bit about the data and what we're doing, the things, how it's looking programmatically, and then if there's any questions, I'm open for questions. So first things first, of course, I usually like to review how referrals are looking. We did have a slight uptick in referrals. I would almost say it's almost flat, but we did have a few more than we had in the first quarter. We had about 13 more referrals overall. That is something that we're working very diligently with to help, of course, individuals better understand, the referral process, what that means, how we are, differentiate ourselves from the board and collaboration and the alternative to discipline process. But we did see an uptick in those referrals as well as the participation agreements that were signed. That's something that myself and the team are looking at very closely. It's on our strategic goals this year of trying to figure out when we have individuals that do come in, whether they refer themselves or they're referred from someone else, really kind of digging into that data if they do not decide to participate with us, and trying to figure out if there's something, we're always looking at the programming, always looking at language, things that we can do to try to offer better opportunities so that more to participate in the program that are eligible and need these services. I think that y'all have heard me talk. Some of the biggest barriers are around nurses finding employment and TPAP and friendly employers. So that is another huge focus area that we have seen both, anecdotally from just hearing from our participants, our peer support partners, as well as just our stakeholders in the profession in general, and trying to get information out to them about, how it, again, like that article, how really you can collaborate very well with us, and that a monitored nurse is a safe nurse. There's a lot of wraparound, safety nets that those individuals are complying with while they're in the program. Other numbers, of course, looking at active cases, we did have a slight uptick as well as far as active cases throughout this past quarter, going from 546 to 557. And then completions, we had an increase in the nurses completing. We always celebrate those nurses. That's a lot of hard work. And that's another nurse that we have hopefully successfully retained in the field, because that is a big area for us. We want to retain these amazing nurses in our field safely. As it looks for our peer support program, we increased our peer support partners slightly by 5 in the last quarter. We're doing a big push right now. So I encourage you all, I know I do it every time, but I encourage you all, take a look at our socials. Our social media, we're intentionally doing a social media campaign right now. It's called Spring Into Action. And we are, challenging everyone to promote TPAPN, to get out there if they're wanting to volunteer, and do different things that help encourage spreading the right information and getting some more volunteers to help support our participants. As far as our outreach initiatives, those are still really going strong. We had some unique outreach this past quarter in which we were able to get on for instance, a podcast that was Know Your Regulator podcast. It was really interesting. We were able to kind of hopefully, again, talk about what it looks like and what it really means to be in an alternative to discipline program, and the support and guidance that you are offered. So that was a new initiative. And TNA, I do want to say the Texas Nurses Association, of course, has been very supportive, and they started adding us into the deans and directors discussions, as well as the CNO town halls, just as another opportunity for us to get in front of stakeholders that can really help us push this messaging and the idea of wellness in nursing, and us as one of the resources that is underutilized still in our state. Other than that, are there any questions, comments?
So, Madam President, Brittany, nice job. This is just so impressive of the work that you do. I have one budget question for you. And forgive me because you may have explained this to us in the past, but I forget, what does the reimbursement for staff time in the budget mean? And that would be on page 19 of the...
Yep. So that one is, I believe it's related to, and I will clarify and ensure, but it's mostly related to, we do have, so we're under the TNA umbrella, and they have staff in communications and our HR. And so some of our budget goes to paying them for their services, because they help allocate, out marketing materials for us. We utilize their professional development team to get out our CE offerings and stuff like that.
So it's really other staff.
It is. It's other staff.
Gotcha. Thank you.
This has come such a long ways. Good job. Yes. I like color. So that helps me see my graphs better. Other points or questions?
I do have a question, Brittany, on the referral individual. For example, it says BON-3rd. So is it BON or is it a third? Or are we considered a third?
So there's both. So we have what we call Board of Nursing third parties, where it's not a board order, but an individual was referred to you all. It goes and you all have the opportunity to come to us prior to investigate or a board order.
Oh, okay.
You are in and of itself, yeah. And then we have separate third parties that are just essentially anyone outside of you. We would consider that, because it probably came through you all. Typically, if we see concerned member of public, it would have been a Board of Nursing party.
This is Ellie Adamson, Madam President. I had a question, or more a statement as well. So amazing job. This is an incredible service for all the nurses. Do we track, like after a nurse goes through the program, how many years afterwards, or the duration, and that they're able to go ahead and not experience either a recurrence or stay outside of this?
We would love to, and nationally, that is a challenge. One of the things that we've done in the last couple of years is start asking if they would, once our participants complete, if they would opt in or opt out of potential, opportunities for research, and a lot of that research is around outcomes data. It's a really challenging thing, because there's still so much stigma that is associated with this, and we're trying to decrease that as much as we can. But to easily answer your question, there's not good data. We are trying collectively and collaboratively from a national standpoint and a state standpoint to figure out how we can do better with that. Really, one of the only metrics that we have right now is if a nurse ends up on disciplinary action and comes through you all as the board and back in our program. But if they don't have disciplinary action and they end up with a recurrence, it's a difficult thing to track how long.
One of the things I do women's wellness, all about nursing, we're centered on that. But I just think when they're having this struggle in their life, and I just love that emphasis really being there and giving them resources to help with that. And I talk to every one of the patients that I see on a regular basis, and we do a PHQ-9 and a GAD-7 on all the patients. We don't get reimbursed for it, but I don't care. We're going to spend the time. And now my nurses we're collecting data about it. And now my nurses are committed to it now. But at first it was kind of like, oh gosh, one more thing, one more form. And then sometimes we have to use interpreters and all. But it is just so important, and just talking to them about strategies of wellness and just seeing improvement. So thank you for that. That's so important, and to see it in writing.
Well, thank you all so much for y'all's continued support, because I agree. I think the more that we focus on those early interventions, the more people will be able to successfully help. And especially as nurses, we know we struggle, as statistics are showing that when it comes to mental health conditions of all kinds. So thank you for doing that work too.
Any other questions or statement members? So this is just a report. It's just information for us, and we're great to always have you come here. So I just was going to ask a question kind of with this and not, but TNA came and did, so I live in Canyon by Amarillo, and Lubbock is where I've been before, and they came and came last week or week before and came there, which I thought was great, and I was out of town, or I would have been to one of those meetings. Did you go to that?
I wasn't at that one. Was it one of the road shows?
Yes.
Sure. It was
Yes.
one of the road shows. We weren't at that one, but we do have, I think we just got an opportunity to come to Lubbock in June. So look out for us. I'll send you a name. We're going to be there.
Well, that is great. And I just hated my neck of the woods to see. So I'm glad to do that. I just think outreach, I know you can't go all the time, but a lot of times so they can see you and hear you, that it can make a difference. So thank you.
And we all, for any of you in here, I know many of you, are at universities with students as well. And we love talking to students. So we'll do it. It's free. It's virtual. Also, put that plug in your ear.
Okay, Brittany, I have a question. So is there a calendar?
Yes, there is. There's a calendar it's actually on the TNA website. We have one on that website as well. You just click TPAPN, but the easiest thing to do is on the original, the TNA homepage, go to the events calendar, and all of our events are listed on it. Great.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
Thank you all. Have a good afternoon.
So usually we're not ahead of schedule, but we are a little ahead of We're having mic issues today. I've knocked myself in the face with it because we have to be so close. So 3.2.11a, Sul Ross University, Alpine, Texas, Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program. And Ms. Gloss is going to talk for us, and thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Madam President and board members. In this agenda item, board staff is requesting the board consider a change in approval status for the Sul Ross University Baccalaureate Degree Nursing Education Program in Alpine, Texas, from initial with warning approval to conditional approval. Sul Ross is part of the Texas State University system and is accredited by the Southern Association of Colleges and Schools Commission on Colleges. The program was initially approved by the board at the October 2020 meeting, and the most recent Commission on Collegiate Nursing Education, CCNE, accreditation was on November 1st, 2021. Dr. Minerva Gonzalez serves as the director for the program and was approved by the board to serve in this nursing education leadership role on June the 1st, 2023. Since the inception of the program, the NCLEX RN pass rate has been below 80%. In 2024, the program submitted a self-study report based on the 2023 pass rate and identified corrective measures designed for improvement. Though improvement strategies were implemented, the 2024 pass rate was below 80%, so the program approval status was changed to initial approval with warning, and the board ordered a survey visit, which was conducted by Dr. Hooper and Dr. Bullock. The findings from this site visit were provided to the board members in a report that was formally considered and approved at the October 2025 board meeting. The 2025 NCLEX RN pass rate is 57.14%, with 4 out of 7 first-time candidates passing the licensure exam. Since the NCLEX RN pass rates have now been below 80% for first-time candidates for 3 consecutive years, board staff is recommending a change in approval status to conditional approval. Representatives from Sul Ross University are here today to discuss the corrective measures that have been implemented and their plans to ensure future program and student success. And I will now ask that they introduce themselves and talk to you about their program.
I'm Dr. Dean Culpepper, the Dean of the College of Health Sciences.
Dr. Minerva Gonzalez, Nursing Program Director for Sul Ross State University.
Hello, my name is Bernie Cantons, and I am the Provost at Sul Ross.
It's always good to see you all, and I know not in this circumstance, but thank you again for allowing us to come and talk about our program and what we've done, what we continue to do. Sorry, I feel like this is going in and out. Like that?
Just bring in just a little closer, sorry.
Okay, is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to hit my face too, I just know it. So I was hoping to come back this time with better news. And I will tell you, while 57.14% is not where we thought we would be right now, we feel confident that we are moving in the right direction. As a leader, that can be really hard, and I know you all understand that. But I will tell you, we continue to implement strategies. We continue to do root cause analysis. Why has this happened? What happened? With our particular cohort in 2025, we do use assessments to see what their probability of passing will be, and everything was on target. Everything looked great. And we, as you all know, have a lot of first gen. And in fact, we did have one international student. So after everyone took their exams, for those who did not pass, I did reach out to them and I asked them what happened. It was a great conversation to have with them. The 3 that did not pass did tell me that they froze. I went in, I thought I was ready, and I got so nervous. And, how do you explain that, other than it was a lot of test anxiety and they didn't pass. With that said, I will tell you that we continue to work with our current students and provide more test taking strategies. We did that with the 2025 cohort. And with that, we really are starting to see even more improvements. We do have graduation in a couple of weeks. We will have 19 graduates, hopefully. Not until those final grades are in, right? But absolutely. So again, going back to root cause analysis, I think y'all all know how I work now. Like, what else could we have done? And I hope it's okay. I just want to point out that I have faculty here today because y'all wave. We looked back, and one of the things that we were still missing from our students, they have a really hard time with medical terminology. As we all know, it's a different language. And the cohort that graduated in 2025, they were admitted back in 2023. That was not a requirement for them. So moving forward, we've since implemented all students entering our program have to take medical terminology. That was a big one. Now, I didn't want to add more hours to our degree plan, so our awesome dean helped us get it approved through Curriculum Council to meet the 090 core. So now they can take med term without adding additional SCHs to the overall degree plan. The other thing that we continue to do is faculty development. The last time we were here, we talked a lot about ensuring that our faculty are comfortable with item writing, item analysis. We worked very hard to ensure that we continue to work on that. Again, I'm very excited for them. Next week, they're all sitting for their certified nurse educator exam, which, as you know, that is a lot of test writing, item analysis, all of those things. So everybody, please send them good vibes. They're all testing. From a program director standpoint, I would tell you that the success of this program it's not just about Sul Ross, right? It's about our community. We're in that rural healthcare setting. We've talked a lot about how we're in a frontier setting because we're so remote. So with that said, the success of our program is important to the community at large. I would additionally like to point out that we actually have the CEO of our local hospital from Big Bend Regional Medical Center here, Miss Wendy Barnett, along with our clinic manager, Regina Terrazas, because they are big supporters of this program, again, just as our community is. And I would like to really applaud our administrators who continue to support this program. We keep them informed every step of the way, and they help us uphold our academic integrity. They help us, every step of the way. They have been there with us. And so this time I made our provost come along because I just wanted him to talk a little bit about how they do that and their understanding of the importance of this program.
Thank you, Dr. Gonzalez. Let me just say, I have full confidence. I oversee 6 different colleges, and the College of Health Science is a new college. So Dr. Culpepper has only been here 1 year, and Dr. Gonzalez has been here 3 years. And as you know, it's a burgeoning program. It's starting, but we're fully committed, and we're fully confident in the competency of Dr. Gonzalez. Let me just say something briefly about Sul Ross. So we're an access university. That's a Carnegie classification. It's a new classification. Only 16% of universities and colleges nationwide, out of 3,500, only 16% have this category. And basically, it's high access to underserved minority students and high earnings. So you need to be both criteria. So that to me is being from Sul Ross is probably the proudest thing that I could say about what I do is my job. So we have open access university, and when our students graduate, they earn 150% higher than the median of the area where they live. So I'll say something personal. I'm going to be really frank here. I come from Miami, Florida. I didn't know what rural healthcare was. So after 4 years of living in Alpine, I get it. So, you know, shortage of medical professionals, shortage of specializations. You know, you have to drive. You know, I lived in the Northeast in 3 hours. I can go to New York, Boston, Washington. Here in 3 hours, I can go to Midland. That's about it. So it's a different, very, very difficult to navigate that whole healthcare issue, the rural and borderland. So I just want to say, you know, is very specific measures. We have 2 new faculty. We have 6 nursing faculties now. 2 have been hired after these students took that exam. So 2 new more faculty, 6 faculty members for the cohort of 20s graduating. So you can see the faculty student ratio. And I'm just here to make sure that the board knows that the program of nursing has the administration support 100%. So thank you for the opportunity to be here.
One of the other things that I wanted to point out is that we continue to do as continuous improvement processes. One of the other things that we identified as a faculty group was that because our pharmacology course is so packed with content, we really needed almost a pharmacology course. So we were able to get that passed through the curriculum council, and we now have it's a very long title, so I apologize. I still have to look back. It's called Introduction to Pharmacological Principles and Therapies that we have since added. And this gives us an opportunity to really concentrate on dosage calculations and just the basic theoretical foundation for why pharmacology is so important. Again, that's with the support of our dean, our provost, and the entire curriculum council at Sul Ross State University. I would now like to ask Dr. Culpepper to expand a little bit more on his support for this program.
Good afternoon. I just want to echo what the provost and Dr. Gonzalez had mentioned. I'd like to say first and foremost that the nursing department is the priority for the College of Health Sciences. Our mission is to serve students and serve the community. And I might just add something to that now that I've been at Sul Ross not quite 18 months, is that I feel really strongly that the zip code that you come from should not be an indicator of the nursing or healthcare that you receive. And that's important for people to understand, that if you travel down to Brewster County and the surrounding region, that Sul Ross plays a role in education of nursing professionals. And with the support of our community members, we take that job very seriously because it affects everybody, including the students in the community. So the nursing department is our top priority. We continue to add whatever Dr. Gonzalez requests. I dig through my pockets and we come up with it. And that's a from a dean's perspective, to be able to show that support to the nursing director is my job. I might also mention that Dr. Gonzalez leads by example. She was voted Teacher of the Year by the Sul Ross faculty and staff for her role and what she's done to transform the nursing department since she's been there. We are continuously adding programs for our students. We've applied for a learning living community, the first one in Sul Ross. We hope to have our new incoming pre-nursing students, as we call them, to live and learn and implement some of those things that the nursing and the faculty members that we have to help prepare them before they apply for nursing school. As you all know, nursing school is incredibly difficult, but if it's not hard, it's not worth doing. And so we take that job very seriously to pass that down into our learning and living communities that we're going to be setting up at Saul Ross this fall. Again, any questions? But I think when I came here in October, I told you that the faculty members had the homecoming parade winning float, but now we can present our Teacher of the Year. The Department of Nursing is doing phenomenal things. We're going to get to the 80% with what we have, the faculty and community support that we have shown here today.
Any questions?
I want to say something. I just want to rah for you guys. I mean, listening to this and hearing this, and we understand it's hard, and it doesn't turn around easy, and it's hard for us to ever put anyone on conditional. But when we see that your self-study has shown and pointed out things, and you've seen this, and for the faculty, I got to stay with my microphone. I'm going to look at you, though. For the faculty to be able to do the CNE, it's not an easy exam, and that your organization, your facility, your university is supporting you in that and getting you ready for that exam. It's not easy, and many schools don't do it and have their faculty do it, and that's really, really important. And also for your community to travel. I don't think it's close. I don't think Alpine is close to where we are. So when you're talking about, 3 hours, it's probably over that, to come. So thank you for doing that and believing in it. And that's what America is about. And so I just want to tell you that we see you and we hear you. And so thank you for that and for what you're saying, because I can tell you there have been many directors sitting in that seat that do not get that support from administration and community and all. So I think that's really good. So someone else want to say something?
Hi, this is Ellie Adamson. So I do want to share that I think that you've made some improvements from the last time that you reported here, the nurse pass rate, but your denominator is so small, so that doesn't help. When the class size is that small of 7 students, 4 or 5 students, you really need almost 6 or 7, well, 6 to be above the 80%. I know that you mentioned your current cohort is 20 students?
19.
19, okay. And in this last cohort where 7 of them sat for the exam, was your cohort a small size or only 7 passed for that semester?
Sorry, say that one more time.
So 7 sat for the exam in 2025, but what was the class size before they sat for the exam?
When they initially started, it was the 7.
Oh, okay. So then having the 19 will help when they sit for the exam because that denominator will be larger.
Yes.
Mm-hmm. So hopefully that'll kind of show improvement in that space as well.
Yes, and we appreciate that you all recognize that. But us nurses, we're like, come on, we got to do this. We've got to, that's our goal. I forgot to mention that one other thing we've done for this cohort that's about to graduate is we've brought in a couple of more live reviews. This is really important for our student population. They don't do well with virtual. And so if anyone was offering, we can do a virtual review, we're like, thank you, but no, thank you. We need someone here. And you're right, Alpine's not easy to get to. So we really appreciate the support from those that are willing to travel there to do that for our students.
And I also want to recognize that the hospital leadership that you have a partnership with is here today. I think that support is important and that all your faculty is here.
Thank you.
Madam President, it's me. It is the voice of... Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Rick Williams. I represent consumers. As you may know, representing consumers is about taking care of people who become patients, but it's also about taking care of people who are going to be going to nursing schools to take care of people. I certainly applaud the effort and the improvement that you all have made since the last time you appeared before us. I got a couple questions that I would like you to just kind of expand a little bit on and clarify for me. First of all, when you say you brought in some live reviews, essentially this is, and remember, I am not a nurse, so forgive me if this is a dumb question. Live reviews are essentially folks that will help them. It's kind of like a practice test. You're taking folks through what they are going to experience. Is that right?
The NCLEX live reviews are actually, it's kind of a review of your entire nursing program. They take the students system by system, just as an overview, because we don't know exactly what will be on that NCLEX exam. So we have to prepare them pretty much for anything. So it's what's another way to say this? Crash course is probably not the best way to say it, but it's a condensed version, if you will. It's just reviewing every system. This first one that they're doing is over 4 days. So imagine, 2 years worth of content being reviewed in only 4 days.
Sure. I can't imagine that. And I'm kind of partial to both rural and first-gen students. So I understand now when you get 2 years worth of learning in 4 days, how you can become overwhelmed and suffer anxiety. What are the key methods that you're teaching them in how to manage this anxiety so that when they get to the actual test, they can become?
Thank you for asking that question, because I forgot to highlight this. Again, the way we prep them, the faculty and myself, we actually start working one-on-one with each student, and we have them break down the question the way they process it, if that makes sense. So I give them a question and I said, walk me through it. What are you thinking? Because that's what generally will cause the most anxiety. If you've ever seen an NCLEX case study, they present you with a ton of information, and then off of that information, you get 6 questions. And so teaching them how to strategically look at each question has been paramount. I mean, it's just probably the best way to help them with their test anxiety. But it takes a lot of one-on-one, which we don't mind doing.
And my final question is, I guess it's kind of a two-parter. You said you're developing live and learn communities. If you would expand a little bit on that to help us understand better what that is. And with that, I have a question. Being that you're dealing with a lot of first gens, do any of your high schools have programs that would kind of help these folks, when you're in high school, to get some basis so that once you enter university?
Let me start with the second question first. Yes, when I became dean at Saul Ross, the first thing that we did was reach out and establish pathways with our local area high schools, Marfa, Terralingua, Alpine, and Marathon. That's the closest communities to us, and those students now can earn dual credit in what we call our nursing/health professions pathway. And so as freshmen, they get intro to the health sciences, and then they get a medical terminology, and they'll get pathophysiology if they continue through the program as a senior. That pathway, I'm proud to say, they can transfer that to any school. We'd obviously love for them to come to Saul Ross, but every one of those courses has been put into the Texas Common Core. And so while different universities sometimes require, they're not losing credits. It's something that first gen students really are concerned about, is that I'm taking this course and it's not going to count when I go to another university. So I was very proud to say that course does count in the Common Core for those students. And so if a student chooses, they can go through those pathways and earn dual credit courses for college content that they can apply at the Texas Common Core. And we have really seen an influence there in those high school seniors when they transfer that they've come to us and said, or their parents had come to us and said at the local football or softball game and say that was the one experience that solidified that they know that they wanted to go into healthcare, or it's too much for me. And if we can find that out early, that's a money factor to those parents that don't have a lot of money and where they choose to send their son or daughter to go to college. So that's been a very important piece from a college perspective, which we hope will show and translate down into the nursing program when they become in a nursing school. The living and learning communities is something that I think, if you're my age, you may have participated in one of those. And they kind of went away for various reasons as student affairs expanded into other areas. But it was something that when you talk about a first-gen student who doesn't know how to navigate college to begin with, and they have to come in and take biology and chemistry, it becomes overwhelming. So what we've done is that every student who identifies that wants to be in nursing, so pre-nursing, they live and learn together in those first 2 years before they apply for nursing school. And so they'll take the same or similar courses. They'll study together. They take, for lack of a better word, field trips. We found out when I got there that very few of our students travel into Big Bend as an experience. And so not only are they getting college experience, they're getting academic experience and those shared experiences that they can study together and prepare together. And that helps a student when they don't know how to navigate. They have a friend, they have a mentor. So we'll check in with them every 2 weeks and see how they're going. So we're really excited about those living and learning communities for our pre-nursing students, starting this fall. I hope that answers your question.
Well, I understand it perfectly. I'm an Army guy. That's a cohort. I got you. Thank you.
Thanks so much for being here. I have one question. It's good to see y'all. My name's Drew Riddle, and I represent Advanced Practice, and I'm an educator as well. And, this notion of test anxiety, I don't think is unique at all to taking the NCLEX, but it is, at least from my assessment and looking at students, and our program is primarily a doctoral program. So these are folks that are already nurses who are coming back having extensive clinical experience and are experiencing significant test anxiety. So beyond the unique how an NCLEX question is written, is there something that's done either maybe at the college level or perhaps, for the provost at the university level on anxiety mitigation techniques for test anxiety, whether it's a Chem 101 exam or a CPA exam? Because it does seem to be this trend that's happening, that test anxiety causing this to freeze. And I ask because, at least in our experience, we found the test prep for the certification exam or the licensure exam is one thing, but the mitigation beyond just that exam really helped just overall academic performance, regardless of the discipline. So I don't know if you can speak to that just a little bit.
Thank you for the question. I could speak to the general mental health issues. We are at Sul Ross very much aware of the fact that, and this has been documented and there's evidence through student surveys, the number one barrier to four-year graduation is mental health issues in general. So it's not, professional, test taking, but just, it could be social, depression, anxiety, all kinds of other mental health issues. So we are very aware of that. And at all the faculty meetings I bring in, especially at the beginning and at the end of the school year, is when anxiety is the highest because of the exams. We have a very strong counseling program on campus, and we make sure that all the faculty are connected with that counseling program, because that's how students are going to be referred over. Faculty will see something, student is missing 3 or 4 times, is not present in class. So we have an early alert system. So those kinds of things, yes, we're very much aware of that. We also have 24/7 mental health counseling as well, available for all students virtual. So.
And And I think it's also important to note that we do have accommodations as needed, for students who have certain issues. And so we try to identify those as early as possible, again, through our early alert. And we just try to stay vigilant as faculty so that even if it's not known initially, as they get closer, and sometimes that's when it really starts to come out, we're able to get them the help that they need because we know that the university does have that service for us. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Dr. Gonzalez, sorry. I just have a couple of questions. I'm Ken Johnson. I represent LVN Education. These 19 graduates, they're graduating here in a month?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and this is the only cohort that you're going to graduate this year?
Yes, sir.
How many other students remain in the program?
After they graduate, we will have 23.
And that's split into 3 years or two? Sorry.
2. It's so 10 juniors who will become seniors and 14 juniors.
Okay. So can you kind of just explain how you guys do your testing at the school to maybe mitigate some of the anxiety? Like how are they testing? Are they just coming in and getting on their laptops and getting on ExamSoft and taking their exams, or are you actually treating it as if they're coming into the NCLEX so they get used to this method?
Excellent question. Thank you for that. So with every exam, we treat it as if they're walking into the NCLEX. While I can't provide the type of space that looks like the testing area for NCLEX, we do require that all backpacks, cell phones, they're not allowed any drinks. I mean, we treat it just like if they were walking in. And we explain that at the very beginning because I'm like, guys, I'm sorry, you've got to get used to it. They're not going to let you take anything in. So we do that. There are some students that have been identified as they can't test with everyone else. That in itself sometimes causes anxiety because they'll see people start to stand up and they think, oh my gosh, I'm far behind. So we will separate little areas where they can test alone and they're not surrounded by others. But yes, the environment that we create is very much, we follow that NCLEX test environment as much as we can.
And this cohort that's graduating, they have to take medical terminology?
We actually embedded it because by the time we got it approved, they had already been admitted. And as you all know, once you have that catalog year, you can't change it on them, but we embedded it. So because we were aware of the need, again, awesome faculty, they figured out how to incorporate it so they weren't missing out.
Thank you. Any other questions? I just wanted to ask one question, and I can't remember from when you were here before. Do you have any kind of programs where they can work part-time in the hospital so that they're doing hands-on besides, where they have a mentor and they're applying the practice and that kind of thing?
Yes, ma'am. Actually, several of the rural hospitals have intern type programs. Big Bend Regional Medical Center, our primary clinical partner, they have a PCT program, which is fabulous because they do offer that, they work around school, not the other way around, but they do offer that mentorship and really trying to find where they feel best, which area. It's a critical access hospital, so we do have med-surg, L&D, ER, and OR. And so we rotate them, and of course the clinic is also very important. But yes, they do have a PCT program. We work very closely with them so that we can help get students into those positions.
Well, I don't want them working and then they're studying doesn't help, but this is almost applying it and besides in the school setting and also we've just historically seen that to be successful for some students. Okay.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Any other questions or statements, members? If not, thank you for being here. We are going to need to have a motion and vote. So if I could have a motion, please.
Madam President, move to change the approval status for the SRSU Bachelorette Degree Nursing Program in Alpine, Texas, from initial approval with warning to conditional approval based on the 2025 NCLEX RN examination pass rate and noncompliance with Rule 215, as indicated in the attached letter and board order.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Allison. If there aren't any other questions or statements, if you'll please vote. Okay, so let the record reflect that Dr. Edwards himself and no, and have 11 or it does move. Beverly be with you on that about what you do from here, and appreciate so much you being here today and the effort that we wish you success of those 19. And I just want to say, one time in my life, we had a college coach live behind me, and he had his little family and had the little wife, and every time, and this is Texas Tech in Lubbock. And so it was real sad when Texas Tech lost. And she said, you know, it's really hard when your whole life depends on what 18 and 19 and 20-year-olds decide to do. And so some of your students may be older, but sometimes, you know, but that's what we've chosen, and that's what we want to do is prepare them. So I wish you luck with that. So
thank you.
Okay, at this time, we're going to do 7.4 for Giselle and Chris about the LAR. So if anybody needs to take like a 5-minute break while we kind of get ready for that, 10 at the most, and we're doing good on our schedule. And then we will and then we'll move into that 7.5. Yeah. Minute break. Okay. So we're going to do 7.4, consideration of proposed legislative appropriations request, LAR, exceptional items for fiscal years 2028 to 2029. Gazelle's going to do that for us, and I guess, yeah, and Chris will be adding. Okay, and you're just going to stay there?
I can.
No, you're good. That's good. Okay.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Well, good afternoon, Madam President and board members. As President Shipp mentioned, agenda item 7.4 is for consideration of our proposed legislative appropriations request for fiscal year 2028 and 2029. So as a quick reminder, every 2 years, the agency submits an LAR to the Legislative Budget Board outlining both our base budget and any exceptional items needed to support the operations for the upcoming biennium. So today we're going to present a prioritized list of those exceptional items based on our current operational needs, workload trends, and long-term sustainability. So at a high level, the requests focus on a few key areas such as technology modernization and sustainability, continued Operation Nightingale efforts, staffing and infrastructure needs, compensation and workforce stability, and support for key partner programs. So together, these items really are about ensuring that the agency can continue to protect the public while maintaining efficient and timely services. So we'll start with our number one item, which is listed as Enterprise Technology Modernization and Sustainability. This is our most critical item on the request. So this item supports core infrastructure replacement, cybersecurity, and long-term system sustainability. So specifically, we have 3 servers and 2 storage devices that will reach end of life in November of 2027. If those are not replaced, we risk system failure and loss of vendor support, which would directly impact agency operations. So in addition to the infrastructure, this request also includes ongoing funding for our records management system, Laserfish, website hosting and maintenance, expanded software licenses as the agency continues to grow, and ongoing support for new enforcement and education database. So that last piece, the new enforcement and education database, last session we did request funding for that, and we unfortunately did not get it. However, the agency is currently pursuing approximately $5.6 million in federal funding through an interagency contract with Texas Health and Human Services to support implementation of a new enforcement and education database. So the federal funding is part of a larger funding initiative. Dr. Edwards kind of touched on or mentioned the One Big Beautiful Bill earlier. And so that's where part of that funding would be coming from. And so the interagency contract is currently in development and is anticipated to support the system implementation beginning fiscal year of 2027. So those funds, the federal funds, are one-time funds for the implementation only, covering the system development and deployment. They, however, do not include any ongoing costs such as the vendor hosting, maintenance, system support, or feature enhancements. So the funding is helpful for us to build the systems, but we really need the ongoing to be able to sustain it long term. We'll move on to exceptional item number 2. Operation Nightingale efforts, which focus on addressing the fraudulent nursing education programs. We've already proven this to be critical for public protection and will continue beyond the current biennium. So without the continued funding, our ability to investigate and respond to the cases would be significantly reduced, which could lead to delays in enforcement and increased risk of public protection. Exceptional item number 3. It's staffing and supporting infrastructure. So we are requesting 15 additional FTEs across multiple divisions, including operations, licensing and customer service, enforcement, legal, and nursing. So this request really is driven by the continued growth in our workload. For example, increased application volumes, more complex licensure reviews, and high customer service demand. So we're also seeing sustained pressure in areas like compliance monitoring and education program oversight. Without additional staff, we'll continue to see processing delays, increased strain on existing staff, and a reduced capacity in key areas. This item also includes office space, furniture, and IT hardware, which we're still finalizing and coordinating with the Texas Facilities Commission and the Texas Department of Information Resources. Exceptional item number 4, compensation and workforce stability. So this supports targeted compensation adjustments and up to 5% increase performance-based evaluations. So the targeted adjustments are based on internal and external salary comparisons across state agencies with the focus on hard to fill and high demand roles like nurses, nurse investigators, and attorneys. This is really just about addressing those existing salary gaps and being able to retain and recruit new employees. And then exceptional item number 5 and 6. 5 is TBON, which we requested funding for to increase their funding last session. They've continued to operate with at the same level since 2017 and have not received an increase. And then the Texas Center for Workforce Studies, we've also requested this last session, didn't get it, so we will be requesting it again. So this provides critical data such as workforce supply and demand, education trends, nurse demographics. So overall, across all the items, the total estimated request is approximately $8.1 million for the biennium. But again, this does not include some of those other finalized costs, office cubicles. And at a high level, if funded, these items strengthen operations, improve efficiency, and support public safety. And if we don't receive the funding, the agency will likely face delays, staffing challenges, and increased operational risk. Dr. Benton, would you like to add anything?
Not especially. I guess I just want to point out, the last 2 items, although they're listed last, they are priority for us, especially given the fact that we requested those. They're relative to the other items that are being requested, they're quite much smaller, but they're very significant to support the operations of TBON, which provides much needed services for the health and well-being of nurses and protection of our patients. And, the Workforce Center provides incredible support to collecting all the data related to the workforce so that when we're asked about the nursing shortage, we have reliable evidence to, inform policy decisions.
Any questions or statements, members?
Madam President. Thank you. You all may be able to help me remember, I'm a little fuzzy. Now, last biennium, I believe we gave TBON some money to raise salaries. Is that right? Okay.
No, the amount that is passed through to TBON, and Giselle, correct me if I need correcting, is set. That's set in the Appropriations Act, and it's we don't have the flexibility to provide additional funding.
Okay. Well, I guess a little fuzzy. It's been a couple of years. So we have no mechanism by which we can direct fund TBON in order to help them, i.e., maybe by raising, the cost of licenses, etc.
Actually, the the amount, and this is true, rings true for, I believe, both the Workforce Center and TPON, we are already collecting a portion of the funding that we pass through to those entities, and we collect slightly in excess of what we're allowed to pass through, but we need the legislative approval to increase. That makes sense?
It does. It does. Thank you. Thanks for putting this all together. My question is around the rule that we just adopted this morning around the need now for additional verification for applicants. And if the LAR appropriately reflects the increased staff demand in an already very high demand area of RN licensure. And so I wonder if you might be able to speak a bit to that, and it may not yet because we hadn't approved this, but if you think there might be some revisions necessary in order to make sure we, I think to Ken's point earlier about delays of getting our licensees or our applicants granted license.
I'll let Nicole take this one.
I think your question was, is there a possibility that this may increase? And I don't know that we know that because we don't know what we don't know. We haven't operationalized this fully. We don't know the full impact of this. The department is pretty large. Coming from a nursing background, I'm a big proponent of floating. And I'm working on getting the department to a point where they can float and we can flex. So that is a possibility. I think the big answer though is maybe I don't know.
I appreciate that. I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. I'm personally, I would advocate for us being, to the extent possible, very proactive in requesting the appropriate people and personnel experts that can operationalize what I see as a very potentially complex and muddied kind of situation when names don't match this form and this form doesn't match that form, and I was born in a foreign country and can I work in the US? And I don't know anything about that process. I'm glad we have experts that do, but maybe being a little bit pessimistic about it, it just seems like it's going to be a really big lift that while flexing staff, I totally agree, right? We can all do more than one kind of thing. I would just hate for us to burn out staff and then lose really good people when we have perhaps an opportunity through the LAR to maybe proactively address it a little bit, I guess would be my thoughts. I don't know what others think, but.
Well, and Drew, I agree with you 100% that I think we need those additional staff given the earlier presentation that we had. Kind of got a related question, and again, it may go back to we don't know yet, but I know, Kristen, when you present to the LBB, one of the things you talk about is the amount of revenue that we end up generating back to the state. So I'm curious as to whether we would anticipate through our fee collection that we're going to be collecting more that would offset some of this $8 million that we're asking for.
I think the answer to that would really depend on if we do wind up for asking for all of this. My guess would be that we may have to consider a fee raise in order to meet the requirements of raising that revenue. Giselle probably has something to add to my comment there.
Yeah, so currently we do overcollect in revenue, and we do return that historically about 1.5 million. This last fiscal year was a lot less, but either way, we would probably have to raise fees. Wouldn't be a big increase, maybe anywhere from $2 to $3 increase per license.
This is Ali. I had a question, a clarification. Did you say that when you overcollect, you return it?
Yes, we have to return it. We can't keep it. We can only spend up to what we're appropriated. And right now it's about 17.3 million per fiscal year. And so anything that's over collected would go back to the state.
Okay, that's what my next question was. Who do we return it to?
Yes.
I thought you meant the nurses who paid the fee.
It goes to the state.
I was like, I've never gotten a refund. Yeah. And then my next question was, you've kind of outlined that what you would need, like the wish list. Do you also have like a priority list if we can't get everything all at once? And you don't have to share that with us, but do you have like a priority?
Yes. Yes, we do.
I was just thinking the estimated cost for the biennium could be $1,906,000. I was like, that is a hard amount to come up with. I felt like when you were talking about implication for the 2021 biennium after compensation and workforce, which could be, are you thinking in that amount? Is that thinking about as needs arise, partially?
I'm sorry, Kathy. Dr. Can you repeat the question?
It's kind of a statement question.
Okay.
So implication for the 2028-29 biennium and your under compensability initiative, you know, it's almost 2 million. I thought, well, I think it's really good that you came up with. I think that's a hard number. I think that you did a good job with that, which could bring some of this in. But we also have to consider that we have more licensees every year.
Right.
And practitioners who bring in more fees as that number continues to go up. So the balancing act came up with that almost 2.
So for the 5% increase piece, we look at existing staff and positions that haven't been filled yet and did a projection of, okay, worst case, everyone is amazing and great, gets 5%. What is 5% of the existing salary? So that was one piece. The other piece was there was a study that I did where we took all of our staff and compared it to all the other state agencies based on job title and compared to where we fall. And so those that fell below, a 5 to 10% benchmark compared to others took that difference. And so that's where we're coming up with those numbers. So that was based off of hard data that our agency compared to every other state agency.
Thank you. Any other questions? Statements? I'm trying to have eye contact. Everybody's LAR is a big deal. Yeah. Okay.
I did have one more question. I know you mentioned it's like the 8.2 for the biennium. So does that mean going forward thereafter every year it's an additional 4 million to sustain, or is that just like a one-time investment up front?
Some of those are one-time costs, like the servers, one time for maybe the next 2 bienniums, and then because our refresh cycle for the servers and storage it's every 5 years. So some of that amount might drop slightly for anything that's one time.
Technology?
Correct.
We're working on motion.
Oh, they work. Okay.
So this is 7.4, consideration of proposed legislative appropriations request, LAR, exceptional items for fiscal years 2028, 2029. After discussion, do I have a motion?
Yes, Madam President. Move to approve the staff recommendations for the list of prioritized exceptional items for the 2028 and 2029 legislative appropriations request, which include the current 2026-2027 base funding, and grant board executive staff in consultation with the board's budget liaisons, Dr. Drew Riddle and Rick Williams, discretion to make any reasonable modifications or changes regarding these approved recommendations should it become necessary upon receipt of new cost estimates for information technology items, as well as any modifications required by the legislative appropriations request instructions, legislative budget board, or governor policy communication, or or additional information revealed by the implementation of licensure rules.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Or changes. Let me revise my. After the budget board or governor policy or additional information. Governor policy. Right. Or additional information by the implementation of licensure. Changes in base budget calculation from the legislative budget board. Basically, we're doing that additional phrase to give Dr. Drew Riddle and Rick Williams latitude with these estimates, just for explanation. So, lingo, but
the licensure.
Yeah, with the licensure.
Or comes out on the
Okay.
This is Maisie Jameson. I second.
Okay. Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other discussion? Then please vote. And motion carries. Thank you.
And board members, just as an FYI, we anticipate the LAR will be due in August. So if there are any adjustments made between now and July, we'll bring those to you at the July board meeting to report back to you. Yeah, I think that's all I wanted to say.
Okay, thank you. So there are a lot of things could happen between now and then. All right, so at this time, we'll move on to 7.5, consideration of fiscal year 2026 internal audit activities. So Daryl Chambers has been in with that. Gazelle, Gonzalez, Dr. Benton. Jeff Jones with us today. So so there are several parts to this today, and we will be in our open session for parts of that report, and then we will move into executive session for the remainder of the report. So I don't know who starts.
Ma'am. Jeff Jones, pleasure to be with you all today. I'm with Weaver and Tidwell. I'm filling in on behalf of Daniel Graves. He's the partner on the engagement. It's been a pleasure to be with you all and work on these internal audits this year, fiscal year 2020. So the first, I'll call your attention to...
Excuse me just a second. We're having a lot of trouble with the microphone, and you'll have to keep it close. You may even hit yourself with it. That's happened today.
Is that any better? Or
yes, but if you move your head much, then it breaks up. And since we're in virtual and out and cover,
I'll do my best to hold still.
Thank you.
Thanks for letting me know. So we'll start off with our follow-up procedures. So attachment A. Last year, we completed an internal audit over enforcement activities, and each year as part of our internal audit plan, we perform follow-up procedures over prior internal audits to evaluate remediation efforts performed by management to close out these findings. And in fiscal year 2026, we had 3 low-risk findings for enforcement. We performed procedures this year with the enforcement team, and we were able to test and validate remediation efforts for all 3 of those, and so they have been closed. Happy to take any questions. Everything in that original enforcement internal audit has already been discussed, as well as management responses and the action plans. We just tested to validate that everything occurred as it was supposed to, and it did. So this internal audit is officially closed.
So I see that Tony's shaking his head. Yes. Okay.
Great job, Tony.
We're all in compliance. Good.
Yes, ma'am. So moving on to procurement. So attachment B. Now, I'll start by saying that this is the first time that we've reviewed procurement with the board, and procurement is certainly a very tedious and complicated subject matter. So we've never reviewed procurement and not had seen issues, because there's just so much criteria out there, rules out there that govern procurement. It is an area that's required to be reviewed on an annual basis. So this one, now we can check the box on that and say that we've reviewed procurement, just because it is such a high risk area. For the procurement and internal audit, we did identify 3 moderate risk findings, and it did receive a unsatisfactory overall report rating. Now, that shouldn't alarm you, as I said, because procurement is a very difficult subject, and this doesn't alarm us as the internal auditor. It's something that does happen, so it's not the first time we've seen this. As far as the findings go on this, we reviewed several different areas, and we really reviewed the Texas Procurement Manual with a fine-tooth comb and did our due diligence in our internal audit. The areas that we reviewed included procurement method selection, solicitation posting, as well as vendor evaluation selection and award. The first finding received a moderate risk. This was over procurement method selection, compliance, and we selected a total of 25 samples. And of the 25 that we selected, we did identify relatively minor issues, but they were prevalent in 10 of the 25. So that has a lot to do with the overall report rating, just the prevalence. I will say that the board has very swiftly come up with a management response that's designed to remediate these efforts. You'll notice an implementation date of July 1st of 2026, so very swift response on that. Moving on to the second finding here, so bid selection, or bidding and solicitation compliance. So there were 2 issues that we noted here. One was relatively small at around 3,700. Another was a little bit larger at 3,800. And again, the board has very swiftly identified remediation efforts and an implementation date of July 1st, 2026. The last finding that I'll discuss was just over documentation. So as the auditor, if it's not documented, it doesn't happen. So this is just the way that it is. We believe that a lot of these activities did take place. But if we can't have evidence to test and it wasn't retained, then we have to kind of mark it up as such. And that's really what happened here, we believe. So this one was around documentation. And again, there are steps that are in place now that the board is taking to ensure that that documentation is retained. I went through that pretty fast. I'm happy to take any questions over procurement or the follow-up procedures.
I was going to make a statement. So as nurses, those of you not nurses don't know this, but one of the main things we teach nurses and that we're to do is document. And if it's not documented, it's not done regardless. And so that's kind of interesting. That's your terminology.
Yes, ma'am. It's the same thing you were doing in audit when you were doing your nursing reviews as well. So same type of thing. It's got to be documented.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Questions? Statements? Okay.
Yeah, I'll just make, this is Daryl. I'll just make a statement. I think while the audit team did a lot of work to kind of prepare this report and prepare to go through their audit, the staff, it just really highlighted for me yesterday about how much work and effort and that the staff have to do to follow regulation. So definitely commend the staff on doing a great job and improving based on the.
Absolutely. Right. Yes, ma'am.
Did you do all of that? You have a lot of people helping you do that. Is that a big team or a medium team?
4 auditors. I can't take credit for all of it. Certainly can help to guide the ship a little bit, but yes, ma'am. Many procurement audits under my belt, and it is a very complex area. So it took us a while to do.
Great. Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so those are our first parts we were going to do, and now we need to go into our next executive session.
Got it.
So we'll now move agenda item 7.5 consideration of fiscal year 2026 internal audit activities into executive session pursuant to Texas Government Code Section 551.089 and 551.076 to receive confidential information excerpted from disclosure under Texas Government Code Section 552.139 related to security or infrastructure for computers as required by 1 Texas Administrative Code, Chapter 202R. We will clear the room. I'm not sure who is supposed to stay in. Is your comment?
Open.
Okay, let's wait. Okay. 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 So the executive session has concluded at 3:06, April 23, 2026, and we are returning to our meeting. And Manny Cavazos, our consumer member, has a statement.
Yeah, the comment that I wanted to make is that we're very lucky to have such a good audit firm work for us, but also I'm extremely impressed with the staff's response. Very positive, very quick, and it looks like most of this is already taken care of, and it really wasn't major. Being an auditor and having been audited myself as a controller, this is not very major, but what's important is the response from the staff. And I greatly appreciate that. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Okay, so we are in 7.5, consideration of fiscal year 2026 internal audit activities. And we've been given our report and update. And so if I could have a motion.
Madam President, this is Ken Johnson. I move to accept the internal audit report over enforcement follow-up procedures, internal audit report over procurement, and the internal audit report over information security as prepared by Weaver and Tidwell LLP for fiscal year 2026.
This is Daryl Chambers, that second.
Thank you. So if there's no other discussion, and if you'll please vote. Oh, Tricia in here.
I'll add meanwhile, I was so impressed with them.
Okay, we're going to.
Impressive.
We will have her go in and I can take a vote. Yeah, manual. So when I call your name, say who you are and how you vote. Ellie Adamson.
Ellie Adamson, acute RN practice. I vote for.
Manny Cavazos. Get closer.
Manny Cavazos, public member, I vote for.
Daryl Chambers.
Daryl Chambers, for.
Carol Hawkins Garcia.
Carol Hawkins Garcia, for.
Maisie Jameson.
Maisie Jameson, for.
Ken Johnson.
Ken Johnson, for.
Mary Grace Landrum.
Mary Grace Landrum, for.
Nancy Lewis.
Nancy Lewis, for.
Allison Porter Edwards.
Allison Edwards, for.
Drew Riddle.
Drew Riddle, for.
Melissa Scott.
Melissa Scott, for.
Kathy Ship, for. Rick Williams.
Rick Williams, for.
So the motion passes. Thank you. So did a verbal vote. We came out of so if there's no other questions or comments, then it's 3:11 and